giving you nothing.
No, he's turned me off.
Yep.
That's it. Donuts for you, Koza. That's all you deserve.
Who do you follow in the footy?
I'm a
Did you say you're a
Melbourne.
Bulldog?
No, Melbourne. Yeah,
Melbourne.
sort of similar end of the ladder.
Oh.
So, no, full of positive optimism, Brianna. We're all good. Jesse Hogan's going to be a gun up forward. A couple more new recruits in there. Petrarca will be great. Brayshaw. So all optimistic until round one. Who do you back for? Who do you back for?
A bit torn. Oh, grew up going for the Eagles. You know, during the era of
Perth.
Cousins and
Yep.
Juddy and that. But have a soft spot for the Kangaroos.
Have we got any shots of that? Have we got an RF that could... Okay. Almost need to just plug into whatever they're sending to big screen or whatever. So we're not going to big screen today, are we? Yeah. Because if you want to find out whether we are, because then we can say to people, hey, if you're around Melbourne Park for Kids Day, bring the billy lids down and go and support Dane Propoggia. Yeah, we'll find that out. So why soft spot for the Kangaroos?
My brother's a die-hard fan, so I grew up sort of having that little bit of rivalry. But I think the last few years I've just watched them more and more, and I like the way they play. And sort of always the underdogs, and they always seem to miss by just a point or two. And I always have that little bit. I just feel sorry for them. But I think I don't know. I just like them.
They punch above their weight a lot of the time.
You know, I like Boomer Harvey and...
Yeah, he's good, Boomer.
So...
Yeah, funny little fella, Boomer. He's good.
Not sure if I'll jump on the bandwagon, but I have a soft spot.
Well, it's hard if you're going to continue to follow the Eagles because you just don't get to see them often enough.
They're just so soft.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. They weren't. They didn't used to be.
No, but as of late...
Yeah.
Yep, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Just push it around so it's actually...
Like closer there?
Yeah,
Is
closer
that
to your
better?
mouth. Closer to your mouth. That's it. Yep. Yeah,
Right.
it was just sticking out a little bit, Clarky, so it was just a matter of getting in.
I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and
A very good afternoon to you, and majestic Melbourne has turned on some sunshine conditions today for the final day of qualifying and the dreams and aspirations of a lot of the journeymen and women of tennis. Also, some of the young up-and-comers and a few of the older heads as well are on the line this afternoon as they try to become one of the final 8 to be able to get through to the main draw starting here at Melbourne, the sports capital of the world, the home of the Australian Open. Thanks to Kia, and Melbourne Park is already abuzz with plenty of support. And our first match for broadcast is Marius Kopel against Omar Yasika from Australia. Omar, 17-year-old, has got a few of his mates here, I think, from school. And Marius Kopel is a 24-year-old from Romania as well. Joining us is Bojana Bubasek. And Bojana, welcome to the coverage. 5 years on the WTA tour for you, and twice here at Melbourne Park as well. And there will be some nervous anticipation ahead of today's matches.
Good afternoon, Cozy. Yes, that's right. Really good matchup this afternoon with Omar. Really good opportunity for him. He's 17 years of age, coming up against more of a mature player, 24 years of age, Marius Kopel. So be interesting to see how Omar responds after having 2 big days in his previous qualifying matches.
Absolutely, he certainly did have that 2 days ago. He beat compatriot JP Smith and got through with the final one going deep into the night. Let's have a look at yesterday's, and we can see the winners getting through here.
Well, we had some tough matches on court, a lot of 3-setters. Misaki Doi from Japan, the number 2 seed, going down to Olga Gvortsova, 6-1 in the third. Andreas Beck, too good for Andrew Harris. He's a young Australian current collegiate player, 6-2 in the third. Shahab here defeating Australia's Anastasia Rodionova, again 6-1 in the third. And then Tim Smychek defeating the young Mark Polmans, 6-2, 6-3.
So there is still plenty of local flavour for the Australian viewers. And welcome if you've just managed to pop it on either YouTube or any of the websites that you are watching. And this is what we have ahead for you, and we'll also be keeping you up to date with what's going on at Court 6 as well, where again we've got a couple of Aussies playing there too. But Marius Kopel from Romania and Omar Yasika from Australia, and then Jurgen Melzer, who's certainly been around the tour for the best part of a decade. He's got Steve Darcis of Belgium, so the 17 seed. So Jurgen Melzer will be looking forward to another Australian Open campaign.
Well, he had a very long 3-set match yesterday, getting over the line eventually. Like you said, Cozy's been around for a long time, has won around $10 million in prize money, so he'll be looking to get through again into the major of the Australian Open. It's
amazing the contrast we see with teenagers trying to make their way onto the tournament proper and into the main draw, and then we also see, as I said, some of the older heads as well. So experience counts for a fair bit here, because if you can get over the top of someone who maybe is a little bit unsure or unfamiliar with the surrounds, maybe hasn't played in front of big crowds before. So Jurgen Melzer will certainly be hoping that goes in his favour. As for the man on screen here, Omar, well, he played in front of one of the biggest crowds he would have ever played in front of when he did the Fast Four with Rafael Nadal. Mark Philippoussis followed him, and then of course we had Fernando Verdasco in there as well. The weather, well, it's an absolute peach here in Melbourne. A little bit of cloud cover, so it won't be too hot. If you're listening to us around Melbourne Park, make sure you keep a hat on and you slip, slop and slap. 20 degrees, the forecast between 16 and 24, mostly sunny, perfect conditions.
Well, talking about Omar, he's only 17 years of age. He did win the US Open Boys Championship last year, singles and doubles. Has played 15 ATP or senior tournaments last year, so a combination of challengers and futures. This year he played in the Happy Valley Challenger, and now he's here at the Australian Open.
That win at the US Open in the junior classification would have been outstanding, just in terms of confidence and his ability to believe that I belong at this level. When you sometimes have a look down the winners list of a lot of the junior tournaments, whether it be Wimbledon, US Open, here at the Australian Open as well, you sometimes pick out some names and say he wasn't a bad player. He managed to get on into the likes of Andy Roddick and those sort of players that you see on those junior titles.
Well, I think that's been one of the big themes this week, is talking about a lot of our juniors and their transition into the seniors. And I think for Omar, when he won the US Open Junior Tournament, that was the turning point for him, and from there he's really stepped up and become one of our bigger names alongside Thanasi Kokkinakis and Nick Kyrgios. So like I said, a really good opportunity for him today, and I'm sure that the crowd will get behind him as well.
Now, you mentioned Thanasi Kokonakis. He has got a tough one in the opening round of the Australian Open main draw. He's come up against one of the seeds, and that's going to be pretty tough for him against Ernesto Gubus.
Well, I think like we saw last year, Thanasi in the Australian Open, it doesn't matter who he comes up against, he's always a good chance. He's a very talented player. Was there at the Davis Cup last year as part of the squad, so he's had a lot of good practices with and role models like Leighton Hewitt, Sam Groth, Chris Guccione. So I think he'll come out roaring and he'll be very fired up.
Plenty of Australians are going to feature in the main draw. A lot of eyes will be on Leighton Hewitt. You would expect him to get through that first round encounter with Zhe Zhang of China. Nick Kyrgios also is in a good position. Bernard Tomic, who's got the German in Kumke. So for him, obviously, that will be an exciting opportunity for Bernard just to maybe. And every time I reckon he gets on court in Australia, Bernard, he has to push the naysayers and the people that want to criticise him to one side, and he's got to perform. We'll check in with court 6 as well. We've just got the aerial shot here. So on court 6 today, Dane Propogia and Kyle Edmund. So Kyle from Great Britain and Dane from Australia. So he will have plenty of support as well.
Well, Dane's flown under the radar a little bit. I saw him play at the wildcard playoff a few weeks ago, and he was hitting a really good ball. And it's sort of nice to see a few different names come through, and we'll be following that score closely.
Okay, so Dane Propogia and Kyle Edmund, and we will be keeping you up to date with that. The camouflage outfits have been popular. We've seen them emerge on this Australian summer as well, and that's our man Omar, closest to camera, 17-year-old from Australia. At the other end, 24-year-old Marius Kopel of Romania. So for Marius, he'll be looking to get through again. He's had experience in terms of Grand Slams. He's had plenty of qualifying experience, but he needs to try and get through to the main draw here at the Australian Open, into the third round for the first time of qualifying. Got into the second round twice at the French Open, Wimbledon second round, US Open third round. So he needs to take that next step, Marius Kopel.
Well, he had a really great result last year at the Brisbane International, where he qualified and made the quarterfinals, and then eventually losing to Leighton Hewitt. And last year as well in the qualifying made the second round. So he's done one better. Let's see if he can get into that main draw.
It looks like a few of the schoolmates from Omar Yasika's school have made their way in on a beautiful Saturday here. And if you want to be a part of the conversation, social media, Twitter or Instagram, you can get involved nice and early. Hashtag AOQualies. And of course, we'll have plenty of interaction all the way through this afternoon's broadcast. So local time in Melbourne, 20 to 1 in the afternoon. Welcome wherever you're joining us around the global village. And Omar Yasika to serve. First error from the Romanian, 15 love, and you feel the crowd interaction might start to increase. That was a fairly hearty start by a few of his mates for the opening point. Pushing that one wide on the backhand, 30 love. Be important for Omar just to get this under his belt. Nice little quick opening service game. First points for the Romanian. does slide through, and that's a really good start for Omar Yasika, just settling the nerves, getting it underway. As we've talked about, you know, big dreams for him. He wants to be back inside Rod Laver Arena, or at least into the main draw, and who knows, potentially could go anywhere as far as that's concerned, because your confidence must increase all the time. You've got a group of mates here supporting you. Your confidence goes up. You think, I've played Nadal in the week. I've got through to the third round. So he must be on a real up at the moment.
He would be, Koza, and it's, like you said, first game was very important. His nerves would have settled. And it's always nice to hold, knowing that that pressure's back on now on your opponent.
Yep.
to have to hold. So Omar now looking to get a good few returns to start the point and see if he can break here.
His opponent much taller than him, 6'4", is Marius Koppel, 193 in the new measurement. And Omar, it must be said, is a fairly compact player, but power packed under that camouflage t-shirt. So you'd expect the Romanian to have his serve as a weapon, that sort of size. That time it deserted him though, double fault.
I think when you're that size, your weapon would have to be the serve. And at the moment, missed his first two serves, so looking to get this one in.
Gee, the radar's really starting to miss for the Romanian here. Just hasn't quite calibrated it, I don't think. Conditions are a little swirly. There is some movement out there. You can see the shirt just moving a little bit, but really nothing to affect a serve like that. Well, he finally got one into the service box and he made the most of it, coming into the net with a nice attacking forehand as well. So squared up 30 all. Yasika having taken the first game.
So Omar will have to do something with that return, because with the size of his opponent, the ball will jump up. So he'll either have to take it early or take one step back and get into position to hit that one.
Beautifully set up the point, Boyana. Beautifully set up.
Well, Omar's doing a good job of hanging in the rallies, but obviously some class there from his opponent. So now game point to level it at 1-1 in this first set.
You can feel he was just pushing him wider with that backhand, and then didn't opt for down the line. It was a delightful little drop. And that'll be enough for him to hold serve. So there was a few little speed bumps there with a couple of double faults. And the serve was looking a little shaky, but squared up at one game apiece. Here on Show Court 3. Don't forget, we'll also be keeping you up to date with court number 6. And if you are in and around Melbourne Park, get along to some of the back courts, 7, 8, 9 and 10. They've all got qualifying matches that mean plenty. Win this one and you're through to the main draw. Nice again, setting it up. It's a heavy backhand. He gets plenty on it, does Koppel, the Romanian, and he's really forcing Omar to be back behind the baseline there.
sensed the opportunity when he got a read on that second serve. So did a good job of coming into the net and applying that little bit of extra pressure.
Seekers cheer squad with something to jump up and down about.
Great response there from Omar. 193 that first serve down the tee. Gets himself back into this game, 30 all.
Got the wheels in motion, but just couldn't quite get there. And then once he did, it was unable to be controlled by Yasika.
Not sure if Omar thought that Copper would follow that drop shot in. It looked like he was going to play a drop shot back, but not getting enough height over that one. Longest rally so far, 16 shots. And now facing break point.
And saves it right down the middle. Handy serve to be had. Second ball. Gee, really whipped that return back, did Koppel. So again, a bit of catch up to be played by the teenager. Who does so successfully.
Well, he disguises that serve very well on the ad side. Can't really get a good read whether he's going out wide or down the tee. So a good change up from Omar on that one.
Third break point now for the Romanian. Great cross court, just got it in front of Yasika, and the first break of this opening third round of qualifying goes the way of Marius Koppel from Romania, and he leads 2-1. So we talked about what a big week he's had, and you wonder what that's taken out of him a little bit too.
So we check into court 6 with Dane Propogia taking on Kyle Edmund. It's 2-all in the first set. Propogia serving. And we'll keep following this match closely.
So live now, show court 3, just at the sit down. And court 6 is where Dane is playing against Kyle Edmund of Great Britain. 12 minutes travelled with Koppel, the early break. And saying before we headed to court 6, the fact that it has been such a big week. So emotionally for Omar, he's been up and down in front of huge crowds, battling in a massive one against JP. So it's been pretty tough. He probably wants a little bit of time out under the towel by himself.
Well, if anything, it's a learning experience and something that Omar, if he is to continue at this level, is something that he'll have to keep getting used to. And it's being able to show up every day, turn up, regardless of if you had, a big match with Rafa or a tough qualifying match. So it will be interesting to see how he responds. There may be a little bit of fatigue.
Marius Koppel has summoned one of the medical staff here, and it looks like on one of his fingers, maybe just at the base of his fingers, he doesn't appear to be too concerned. Maybe some blisters or something that's just opened up there, Boyana. Some nice camera work, being able to get in and see as close as we can, so maybe just something irritating the ring finger on that right hand. Might have summoned a little pedicure or manicure just at 2-1 up. Be feeling good about life? No, it looks like they're just applying, obviously, something to stop a little bit of pain.
Sometimes those calluses on those hands, even though they look small, they actually they are quite painful. And I think when you're playing that many matches, especially at the start of the year, trying to find some form, the body can break down a little bit. So physically, it is grueling out there, especially in some hot conditions.
Early call, though, you would have thought. I mean, what are we, 2-1 into it? And he's obviously had a level of aggravation that he's now getting treated. Maybe just a little breather for Omar as well, where he can reload and reconstitute his thoughts to try and work his way through this tournament. We know he's fairly busy on court. He's stood up, ready to go. If you want to be a part of it, get involved with ticketek.com.au. Australian Open tickets. You can log on. You can choose Rod Laver Arena. You can choose Margaret Court Arena, which is absolutely outstanding. If you haven't been inside there previously, get yourself a ticket to Margaret Court Arena and come and say good day to me. I'll be working in there. So come and say hello to me, but it looks absolutely brilliant. Rod Laver, of course, is one of the great stadiums here in Australia, and the ground pass is just exceptional value because, really for just a few dollars, you can walk around the beautiful precinct and see some of the absolute guns plying their trade. And
for the first time this year, Koza, if you do purchase a ground pass, you do get access into Hisense Arena. So not only do you get to watch the outside courts, but you'll also have an opportunity to see some of the bigger names on the bigger stage.
Yeah, certainly Hisense Arena is great. 3 roofed stadiums here at Melbourne Park, just extraordinary, with Rod Laver Arena, the new roof on Margaret Court Arena, and Hisense Arena as well, which is a multi-purpose venue. If you do get to go in there, have a look. There's a velodrome underneath it. That's why it's got a more shallow basin for your spectating, but you can get right up close to the action. And just a wonderful precinct. These boys and girls think it's pretty good. Predominantly males in the cheer squad. Omar's probably the boys he plays a bit of soccer with or a bit of football, and they've decided, yep, we'll head out and support our man in his bid to try and get through. So an important game, this one, with Koppel looking to consolidate that break.
Started that one well off nicely with an ace out wide, 186 kilometres per hour.
Well, if Marius Koppel was unaware he was playing a local lad. He's going to be very aware every time Omar wins a point. Good crowd numbers though. Plenty of people wandering in. It's also Kids' Day here as well at Melbourne Park, so there'll be a lot of families. I saw a traffic jam involving 14 pushers out there. The prams had gone one way, the bugaboos heading one way, and the little fold-ups going the other. Plenty of kids around. Great vibe, great feeling, and great serve there from Koppel right down the middle. So he's notched up the 200. Oh, bang. A couple of quick ones in a row, so Omar really has to have a good solid think about this service game. How hard is that when you're on the baseline there? You haven't got to sit down. You've just had a couple of 200k balls whistle past your ears. 226 that one. So what does Omar do now?
Well, he'll be looking to hold straight away. A lot of first serves in and not let Koppel get any second serve opportunities, because in his last service game, that's how he lost it, was too many second serves and he got pushed back.
I think when we first saw him a couple of days ago, you said that if he's going to continue at this sort of level, he needs to work on that second serve and make it more of a weapon than just getting the ball in. Nice by Koppel. He read that one, was right onto it quickly on the net, and Omar's having a battle to try and get the ball past him to any sort of advantage.
Well, we saw yesterday with Andrew Harris, he had two close first sets, but then seemed to be cramping in that third. So much of it at this level is that physicality. Was just a little bit of lack of footwork from Omar, really not moving his feet, letting the ball come to him instead of going to that ball.
The man he's playing, Martic Koppel from Romania, has had the highest ranking of 124 in the world in August 2013. All. Okay, important point now, Omar Yasika. Gets the job done, and crowd is very, very happy with that. So he hangs in there. Still the break, though, to Koppel. So Koppel leading this one 3-2 after 20 minutes of travel. And Koppel, well, he's had a couple of wins at the challenger level. He was a winner at Kazan in Russia in 2011, and also a winner at Quimper in France, and that was in 2013. So that's sometimes the hardest bit too, is that knowing how to win, that knowing how to clinch it and get the job done.
Well, the qualifying rounds has been familiar territory for Koppel. Last year made the second round here at the Australian Open in the qualifying event. Has made a couple of quarter-final appearances at the challenger level. At Wimbledon last year made the second round of qualifying. And then at Stockholm in October qualified and made the quarterfinals, eventually losing to Thomas Berdych. So he knows what it takes to get through at this level. And a quick update on court 6, Propogia's hold, and he currently leads 4-3 in the first set.
Okay, it's better news for a local hope. Crowd continuing to file in here at Show Court 3. And looking at the way they're pouring out of Margaret Court Arena, I would suggest one of the Kids Family Day events has concluded. So you can expect a big crowd now. Chair umpire just having a look around to make sure everyone's seated when they need to be.
Slight opportunity now for Omar to get back in this first set. Seems like the wind might be bothering Koppel a little bit.
He's had to look up a couple of times too, whether the sun's starting to emerge from a little bit of cloud cover. Genuine chance now for Omar to strike back and reclaim that break from earlier. You can see conditions getting a little bit more breezy though. Just over the last half hour we've been on air. Certainly picked up a bit. Going down the tee but missing. Well, there you go. The break is successful and the T-shirts have come out as well. Look at that. Oh, the chance too. They've got everything going on, Omar's friends and family, no doubt. 3-all. Back to even, Stephen. Just finding a bit of the line according to the line's person. Marius Koppel says, no way, it was out here.
Sensing a slight momentum shift now.
And a bit of a shake of the head. Just lost his service game, so Marius is not going to be too impressed by that. This time he just bunted that one back, took the pace off it, still forcing Omar back, and he was unable to complete the backhand. 15-all. Yasuka doesn't want to just hand this one back though. 15-30. Koppel shanks that one. High and mighty over the chair. 30-all. I'm liking Koppel's backhand. It's just that free swinging single backhand.
Well, he always does a good job of getting his right foot in front of himself and hits it out in front.
So the unforced error count, we just saw momentarily that Koppel certainly had more of those, but probably more winners as well. And now he's got another break opportunity.
Omar's trying to play a little bit more to Koppel's forehand. Koppel hitting a lot of those forehands in an open stance, which means it's really hard to hit through the shot. Your momentum's going off the court.
From him there. So break point saved, and now game point Seeker on his serve. Lovely off forehand. That was fairly emphatic the last couple of points from the 17-year-old. 4-3 lead. 27 minutes gone.
Well, he did a good job to stay in that game, especially when he was break point down. Did a good job of getting a few extra first serves in and really attacking that forehand side of Koppel.
Now, Bojana, I know you've taken a close insight into the Romanian serve. Talk us through the vision we're seeing here.
Well, Koppel hits a very flat serve, so as a result, his ball toss is too far out to the left, which means the only way of him hitting it is inside out. So if he wants to try and get a bit more spin, a bit more slice, he needs to be a bit more side on, so the ball's out to the right, so he can then come around it. At the moment, when he's hitting it too flat, it's just spraying a little bit too much.
He might get a chance to roll that in again. So what you're saying is the ball toss is actually going too far to his left-hand side rather than over his right shoulder.
So in effect, he's open, and the only way to hit the ball is inside out.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that because he's the man that's taking the pills at the commentary end, the balls. And so we'll watch for that in his service. Serve's not too bad. He's working that one okay, but you're quite right because of the way it heads out there. If he does want to get around the corner of it, it makes it tougher. Boy, he steamed 2 in a row here though. 221 kilometres per hour, that one.
Well, with a flat serve, the only 2 areas you can hit are down the tee or out wide. So if Omar's going to have to pick a side, it's 50-50. So he doesn't have to worry about the ball coming into his body.
He didn't manage to pick any of those, and 3 aces means all of a sudden blink of the eye we're at 4-all. So Omar worked hard to get it back, and then all of a sudden he's serving again. And that is that 6'4", 193 centimetre big power serve that you just pick up cheap points. Omar built a little lower to the ground. Up now 30 low.
Again, Omar not doing too much with his feet, standing there and not getting out of the way, so he's going to have to do a little bit more when that ball's coming down the middle. Footwork's such an important thing, especially on a little bit of a breezy day.
Paul Carper's tweeted in. He's not happy with some of the cheer squad cheering unforced errors. And having his say on that. Hashtag AO Qualies. Tend to agree, but then sometimes we can be a little precious in the way we support our tennis players. Because if you're a player of pretty much any sort of football code, you get plenty of advice when you get near the fence. And that advice comes free of charge and at a fairly copious volume. Seeker holds there. That's an important one. 5-4 in this opening set of qualifying. And you can see there Omar's army. As long as they sit in the right order and stand up. And we'll get them to do that, and we might even get a hashtag out of them as well. Here's court 6 and featuring another Australian.
Well, Propoggia's tied at 5-all in this first set, doing a really good job of hanging with Edmund. And what an experience for him playing for his berth in a Grand Slam.
Just to be able to fight your way through to the third round as well. You know, to have that experience of, all right, win, I've got to back up, now I've got to do it again, and there's opportunities.
It's
so
amazing how if you get 2 wins in a qualifying event, you know that you have that capability of backing up those wins. So Propoggia would clearly have some confidence under his belt.
As we said, Kids Day here at Melbourne Park. Plenty of families in the house, which is great to see. Speaking of kids, here's Omar, 17 years old. You kind of forget that sometimes with a lot of the teens. They are doing an outstanding effort. Now, last time on the service game of the Romanian, he whistled by with 3 aces. This time Omar makes him work, but goes wide down the tram tracks. 15 love. Rob Shue has tweeted in 3 aces in a row, which is the last service game we saw. Copel, hashtag AO Qualies. Awesome.
Well, that backhand from Koppel is his go-to shot. So Omar was going to have to, I think, try and place a few more balls to Koppel's forehand. That's where the errors have been coming from.
Long from the Romanian. If you're just joining us, the Australian is nearest to camera, Ama Yasika. And we're at 5-all. So a bit like court 6 as well, 5-all. So you get to that standard in qualifying where there's a lot of similar tennis being played, but each with point of difference. Winners, Copel, you can see it on his racket, Yasika with the 3.
Well, it only takes a couple of points here and there to make a difference in moments like these. So we see the unforced error count. A few more from Koppel's racket.
Scramble by Yasika.
Koppel picked the right side but just didn't execute. As we see Koppel having 10 attempts at the net, 6 successful.
No doubt the Romanian's been the more aggressive, and he's hit it in or long, or Omar's had to be much more reactive. Yeah, he was building up. Nice big off forehand from Koppel, 15-all. The power of his hitting too has been impressive.
Well, Yasika will have to find something here to put a bit more pressure on Koppel. Right now, it's not creating any opportunities.
It's not the way to do it though. And Yasika double fault, so break opportunity again for the Romanian. Double faults. Koppel's had 3, Yasika 4. Yeah, nice. Picked the line beautifully there.
Omar's doing a good job of responding. There's a couple of times in these last few games where he has hit a double fault at a crucial time, and every time on that ad side has been able to execute a good first serve. So back to 30-all.
just hitting a little long. Well, one of the longer rallies of the set so far, and the Romanian breaks for the second time in this opening set. Third round qualifiers, and Omar Yasika is going to have to come out and break the big serving Romanian just to stay in this opening set. Otherwise, it will go the way of 24-year-old Marius Koppel. So plenty of work for Omar ahead. Let's have a look at court 6. And we've got another of the Aussies out there. And again, this one going pretty close down to the wire for the opening set.
Well, Enmid is serving to stay in this first set. And he does so. So it's 6-all in the first set for Papoggia.
6-all tiebreak.
Off to a tiebreak.
Tiebreak featuring in this one. And of course, you can get into the Twitter sphere with us here. Hashtag AOQualies. Jackie has tweeted in, and Jackie will get our technical people onto it because she's tweeted in a picture of the big screen outside the front gate, which at the moment is not showing qualies. So, Jackie, we're onto it. We'll get someone to sort that out. But otherwise, if you're joining us anywhere around the world or indeed locally here at Melbourne Park, a terrific day unfolding here, third round of the qualies. Back live, show court 3. Down on the screen, Marius Koppel is serving for the opening set, leading 6-5. Sammy has sent one in, hashtag AOQualies, let's go. Omar Army, hashtag. Start working with that one too.
Well, good hustle there by Omar to get that ball nice and low.
And there is Omar's Army. Hashtag Omar's Army, O-M-A-R-A-R-M-Y. Still a little buffer for Yasika.
Still getting some good power as well at 203 kilometres per hour.
Scrambled to get there, got enough of the racket on it, but it just went long of the line. Looked good, it was in down the line, but in the end over the baseline. So again, Koppel manages to fight his way back to 30-all.
Getting excited here as Omar has an opportunity to get this set back to 6-all. It was a beautiful backhand down the line. He was off court, did a great job of getting his right hand under the ball and applying pressure on Koppel. So break point for Omar Yasika.
Opportunity to look at a second serve. Ball's long. Yasika good. OJ, the juice starting to flow. 6-all, tie break looming here on show court 3. There's Omar's Army. They're actually sitting down just in front of us, so they're at the end of the court that Omar is serving to.
Just the start that he wanted. Great first serve down the tee, got a little bit of slice on it. And if he can win one of these 2 next points, he will have the mini break.
Plenty of interest too in the Kyle Edmonds match against Dane. Eddie Smith tweeting in that like to be kept up to details. We'll get back there when we can. Well, it's not over till it's over, and the Romanian managed to scramble, but in the end the racket head was underneath the ball. It went high and Yasika put it away for a 2-love advantage in the tiebreak.
Well, Yasika really stepped up in that point. We haven't seen him come to the net a lot in this first set, and for him to do that at crucial times is a credit to him. Beautiful drop volley on that last point.
Just the smallest little glimmer. Big serve here for the Romanian. He followed it in, put the pressure on. And Yasika almost was able to deliver something special. Couldn't quite do it. 2-1 to the Australian teenager. Just a wide errant swing, 2-all.
Yeah, it was a loose, unforced error from Omar. It's really hard to hit an inside-out forehand when it is coming straight down the middle. You really have to get around it.
Just really got a bit cramped on it, didn't he? And didn't give himself enough latitude. Ball out as well, so 3 points in a row to Koppel, and he takes an advantage.
And just a quick update on court 6. Dane Propoggia has won the first set 7-6 against Kyle Edmonds, so a great start for the young Aussie.
A tie break here on show court 3. Nice work at the net, and 4 points in a row for Koppel. Yasika got out to an early 2-love lead, but Koppel not only reeled him in and then steamrolled over the top. So some tough work ahead. Points at the net, 1. You can see Koppel a lot more aggressive.
He's come to the net 17 times, so really applying the pressure. And it's moments like these where Omar can't wait for things to happen. He needs to start creating some sort of opportunities. He did do that in the first 2 points, but...
How does he, is that about trying to anticipate it in a different way, or trying to take it a bit earlier so that he's not playing so much retreating tennis?
Well, look, Koppel's quite a big athlete, so his movement is probably one of the areas that needs to be exposed a little bit. And as we've seen, Omar can come to the net, and when anyone comes to the net, it's always applied pressure. So Omar
right.
needs to do something here.
Couple on screen now. If he lived in country Australia, he'd be described as a strapping young man. Lots of strapping goes on outside the CBDs. He's a big unit. And he gets on the end of that one. Charges in, but then dumps it into the nets. So maybe a let off there because Yasika wasn't really in that point. Koppel was dictating again.
Koppel was all over that volley, but trying to be a little bit too cute on that one. Should have just punched it away.
Done from the back of the court, decided on the shot, came in, charged in, and caught Koppel just marooned on the baseline. It was a brave ploy, but one that paid off.
Well, longest rally of the match so far at 31 shots.
Absolutely. You have to withstand the heavy hitting of Koppel there and work out his best play, and he did well. 30 shots to think about it.
And that's the third time in this match when it has been 30 all. When it's been on Omar's racket, and it's just that double fault that keeps creeping back in.
Is that a fatigue thing? Is it a concentration thing? We know he can serve. He knows where the service box is. How does that happen? I mean, 5 double faults to Koppel, who's certainly been the stronger of the serves with only 3. Koppel puts that one right down the tee. So we're at set point.
Well, it could be a number of things, Koza. It could be, as we see Koppel with 7 aces as compared to 2 from Omar. It could be a number of things: nerves, lack of concentration, as well as a little bit of lack of racket head speed, not enough spin on that ball.
Another one. The ball long from Koppel. Omar's army up on their feet. Who gets to paint those letters? You've got to find an artistic friend, don't you? Because I'm tipping if I tried an O for Omar's army, it would end up at some sort of 8 type arrangement or something where people are looking at, why have you got a Q on the front of your shirt? Fault again. Next time we get a shot of Omar's army, you can see them all standing up with letters on the front of their shirts. Goes wide, and the opening set goes the way of the Romanian. So Marius Koppel, a 24-year-old, has at least half a foot into the main draw of the Australian Open for 2015. He takes the first one 7-6 in a tiebreak over the top of Omar Yasika. And for Omar, it's been a huge, huge week. And while we go through the set summary, I'm going to hand over to the dulcet tones of Peter Mercado. Boyana, I'll leave this one to you.
Well, the first serve percentages were pretty even from both players, but it was the aces and the double faults that were in Couples favour, 7 aces as compared to only 2 from Yasika. And it was 5 double faults from Omar's racket that really let him down at crucial times. 18 winners from Couples racket as compared to only 6. And unforced errors were pretty even in that first set. But the net points won. 19 opportunities created by Couple. 9 of those won with only 4 coming from Omar. So close first set. Be interesting to see how Omar responds as we see the first set highlights. And we welcome Pete Mercado to the commentary booth.
Hello, Boyana.
Good afternoon.
Nice to be working with you again.
Likewise.
Only taken to the last day of the qualies, but we got there. That was a highly entertaining set. It's good that the crowds actually come in. The kids' tennis day finished a little bit earlier, so the fans have been making their way into this court, and Yasika's got plenty of support out there, but Koppel, you can see just the difference in experience at the moment. He's able to put a lot more on his serve. He's just a little more solid from the back of the court. We've seen him get into the net plenty of times. And now Omar Yasika has had a hell of a week. Can he pull it out of the bag here? It's going to be difficult, but he needs to make an impact early as we get ready for this second set.
A little bit of lack of discipline from Omar, especially in games when he was serving at 30 all, double faults and an unforced error when he was set point down. So he'd be looking to tighten up a couple of those areas if he's to get back into this match.
That's a nice change up as well. Seeing the vast array of shots from Koppel across this first set, and the frustration just starts to build up, and just getting a code violation there as well. So it's about changing the mindset. Still very much in this match.
Omar not even attempting to run for that one. Thought he might have gotten his racket on it.
Cranking that first serve. Omar's best opportunity on the Koppel serve is off the second ball. He's going to get a lot more opportunities. I've seen a couple of serves go in around that 220 mark. And again, 229. That ball is really kicking up the second serve. It's hard for Yasika to really drag it down. A couple holds opening game, second set.
Out on court 6, Dane Propoggia. It's on serve. And he's serving at 1-2 in that second set.
I've got to say, there is a really good atmosphere around Melbourne Park today. The entire kid population of Melbourne has made their way to Melbourne Park for the Kids' Day. All sorts of activities happening to the left of your screen. Obviously plenty happening at Rod Laver Arena as well. So it's just a nice buzz. Good for Omar. He's got plenty of support out here at the moment. Now the question comes to how he's able to turn this around. It was a really close first set. I just feel that energy level just dropped ever so slightly when he lost that first set.
Sense his body language has slumped a little bit. Can't afford to let this one slip away too quickly.
Got away with that. Starting to lose a bit of his footwork too. Just being able to get around to that ball. From Koppel's point of view, he's going to go deep into the Yasika backhand as much as he possibly can, because Omar, as we saw in that first set, just happy to run around, hit the forehand.
poor choice of shot from Omar's racket. He's pushed way too far out in those tram lines. And it's so hard to go make a shot down that line when you're not in the right position. Would have liked to have seen him get that one back cross court. Especially when he's hitting into Coppell's backhand, which is one of his biggest strengths.
Well, again, just very slow to make his way into the net, Yasika. Trying to be patient, but just that approach, it's just too short.
Well, it was a better point by Omar. He did create that opportunity, but like you said, Pete, he didn't get up to that net quick enough and gave Coppell too much room.
Break point. Missed that one, so there's a break of serve to go to 2-love, but there's a little more energy in that rally.
Well, it's that lack of discipline from Omar that's carried on into this second set. Again, on that backhand side, choosing to go down the line. He had the right idea using the slice, but just the direction.
Talk about how much tennis Yasika's played across the past couple of days. That 12-10 against JP Smith a couple of days ago. Straight sets win the first round, playing against Rafael Nadal in the fast four. They'll have a big junior program coming up too. He doesn't happen to qualify for the main draw here, but I suspect he might play both anyway, depending on how results go.
A lot of it comes down to match conditioning as well. So when players get to the main draw on the men's side, it is best of 5 sets. And if Omar's going to stay at this level, that's something that he'll have to keep backing up.
It's a terrific serve, and it's just that the pressure that Coppell's able to apply by getting into the net, it's forcing Yasika to come up with the big shot. What he might be better off doing is trying something a little bit different, maybe even go straight at him, just to keep that ball in play, because otherwise this set will slide away very quickly.
Of that has to do with where Omar's returns are going. So a lot of those forced errors are coming from Coppell's backhand side, so he needs to start returning a few more to the forehand, even if it's hard deep through the middle.
That's a good finish. Rolling along nicely now, Marius Koppel. It's 3 games to love in the second set. So plenty of action happening on all the outside courts here at Melbourne Park. And this is court number 6, where Dane Propoggia is in action.
40-15.
Been giving us scores throughout today. As you can see, Kyle Edmund in a bit of a battle too. Propoggia taking the first set, 7 games to 6. Edmund, though, with a couple of game points to go to 3-2.
Propoggia currently ranked 323 in the world as compared to Edmund, who's 192.
That's a good finish, man from Great Britain. So 3 games to 2, they continue on serve.
Edmund leads
Out
3 games to 2.
on court number 6. Back here. Here is Omar Jessica. As we've been talking about, Boyana, the body language is not good.
Well, Omar will have to reassess this second set. He'll have to try and do something different.
Well, I think the main thing is that, look up at the scoreboard, that first set shouldn't be a massive barrier unless he's starting to really feel it in terms of fatigue or feeling tired, the importance of that set. And we saw it from Koppel, the huge celebration when he got there. There was plenty of tension throughout that opening set, but then the game just started to drop away a little bit. Koppel has played solid tennis pretty much throughout.
Well, there was only a couple of points determined in that first set, and there's still a long way to go, so Homer will have to try and find something here to get himself going in this second set.
And the thing is, he's got the ability to do that. He's got the ability for his game to click back in again. And it's just a matter of staying solid. It's a matter of just completely cutting out the unforced errors, trying to absorb the pressure from Koppel, particularly when he comes to the net, because if he's able to pass him a couple of times or throw in the lob or try a few different things, it can unsettle Koppel and the match can change completely again.
And there's a lot on the line in this match. It's a place for a major appearance at a Grand Slam level, so Omar will want to walk away knowing that he tried everything he could in this match and not walk away feeling like he could have done something else.
Because remembering too, as the trainer actually has been called out to court for Omar, remembering too that he did lose the first set against JP Smith in a tiebreaker as well. But this gives you an indication that something's not quite right with Omar. And again, it comes back to how much tennis he is playing at the moment. And it is a tough slog having to play the qualifying here and then home for a main draw spot. Obviously playing junior tournaments. He's playing a lot of tennis at the moment. So hopefully this won't be anything too serious and he'll be able to get back out there again. There's the website, ausopen.com. You'll see all the pictures and all the video from Kids Tennis Day, which is continuing around the grounds, but certainly the event in Rod Laver Arena was spectacular. I don't have children, Boyana, but apparently SpongeBob and Dora are all the rage at the moment, so they were there. And I'll probably drift out of that conversation because I probably sound probably old and I don't know what I'm talking about. But there's plenty of activities for the kids, and one of the main things for the kids, if you are watching us from around the world, you might have noticed some of the folks sitting in here, some of the young children sitting here wearing Hot Shots t-shirts. And Hot Shots is a junior program which use modified courts and modified balls to get kids playing more tennis, to get them rallying more, and a great way to get them started. There are 3 stages: red ball, orange ball, green ball, and the court gets progressively bigger as the standard improves. There are Hot Shots leagues in Australia, so similar to what the ITF are doing with the under-10s at the moment in terms of playing with modified balls. The doctors come out too to have a look at Omar as well. So a wonderful program, and head to ausopen.com to find out some information, but also tennis.com.au if you are watching us around the world, to find out a little more about the program. And you'll be seeing a lot from the Hot Shots kids, both on ausopen.com but on all the television coverages around the world too.
It's a good opportunity for those young juniors to come witness some of the up-and-coming tennis players that we do have. One of them being 17-year-old Omar Isika,
who's receiving now a medical timeout. So 5 minutes here for after the assessment period, and just looking at that, looking like just above his knee or on the knee. Whether that's going to have any effect on, I'm not sure. Have you had any knee problems during your career?
No, not knee problems. A lot of foot injuries, but knees always held up.
Speaking of someone else who hasn't had knee trouble, but almost everything else in her career, Casey Delacqua was out and about before. An opportunity to catch up with her a little bit earlier today, and she's feeling good. Yes, she only won the one match in her Australian Open preparation, but she's had some quality matches and is playing some good tennis. So it'll be very interesting to see what she does against Yvonne Moisberger. She should go in as favourite for that match, and she's certainly in a very good frame of mind, a good mindset.
Well, she had an amazing 2014, reaching a career high of 29, and for the first time at the Australian Open will be seeded. She played earlier on this year at the Hopman Cup, had some really tough matches. She played Agnieszka Radwanska, Aliz Cornet and Heather Watson, and then went over to Hobart and made the second round, and eventually going down to Karen Knapp from Italy. But
had a really, the main thing with the lead events obviously is try and win them, but then from there it's about match play, getting good matches. So 3 matches over in Perth, 2 matches in Hobart, and now comes in no doubt feeling like she's had enough matches.
And a lot of these players are coming off season, so they would have been working hard on certain aspects of their game and improving and trying different things, and that's what those lead-up tournaments are, putting those things into place and really fine-tuning specific areas in their game so that they are in their best form come Australian Open time.
Just as this medical timeout continues, interesting for Marius Koppel here that it slows his momentum down. So one thing that the medical timeout will do will just slow things down. Has to sit there and wait for 5 minutes.
It's probably a good opportunity for Omar to reassess and to not let this second set get away from him too quickly.
So Koppel getting out of the chair and going to be running around, just trying to keep himself warm. It's also a good sign from his perspective. He looks down the other end of the court and wonder whether Omar's actually had a look at him just to, oh, okay, you're ready to go, are you? There's going to be some good crowd support here for Omar Jessica. Let's see how his movement is in these next couple of games. He's serving at love 3.
Injury timeout not doing too many favours for Omar just yet. That was a beautiful forehand from Koppel's racket. Got it just inside that service single side line.
Forward move. So if the movement's hampered somewhat, you need to use the other parts of your game to help compensate for that. That was a good serve and a nice follow-up too.
testing that knee out. Looked a little ginger when he landed.
Another break point here for Koppel. That now becomes the key. Just can't miss. He needs to be more solid than Koppel right now.
And Omar just pulling off on that forehand, trying to do too much. His body weight is going sideways and not forward. So another breakpoint opportunity for Koppel, his second one of this game.
He still gets out of trouble. You've got a feeling that if he's able to hold here, that he'll try and pick up some confidence from that. Still very much Koppel with the momentum. That'll do.
Better use of the court there from Omar. In this game, has used that forehand angle really well. And that was a much better aggressive play, hitting that inside-out forehand. See that angle getting Koppel way outside of those tram lines and then doing a good job putting that forehand away.
Yeah, it was about the footwork, wasn't it, to be able to get into that position. Well done. Saves a couple of break points along the way in that game. He's on the board in the second set, Omar Yasika. Koppel, though, still leading 3 games to 1. Be handy, actually. Just needs a bit of a lift. He can look straight up, then down the other end of the court, just to get that lift. Now, how to make inroads into this serve from Koppel. Now Koppel's taken the pace off his first serve. Because Yasik is standing so far back in the court, he could probably just use the angle side to side to work out, to try and get it past him. But that first serve percentage has dropped ever so slightly.
Unlucky there from Omar. You can sense that his body language has changed. He's a bit more focused, and that one just a little bit lack of discipline. Again, not getting out of the way to get any sort of rotation on that ball. So it's 15 all.
Great serve, 205. Gets that serve back on track. It's going to be hard to stop. Keep trading serve from here on in. Just dropped on the line. He got away with that in the end, but that's the right play. So Koppel now thinking, Okay, we got one past me, but we won't be able to do that again. But that was a nice setup. Again, the forehand coming into play. There's that control that you're talking about.
And Koppel converts and finishes that game off with an ace. 3 aces in that game. It's hard to break when your opponent's hitting an average of 200. See that one, 217 kilometres per hour. So in order for Omar to stay in this set, he will have to continue to hold. And any opportunity that he does have on Koppel's serve, he will have to take.
Yeah, Koppel's making the running. I just feel though that Jessica has a bit of that belief back to actually be in the contest. Let Koppel get away to a 3-love lead, so it may not work out for him, but even still, as you say, Brianna, hold serve first, then put the pressure on second. But Koppel, very, very solid at the moment. He's not doing anything wrong. His game, his level hasn't dropped at all.
Well played there by Omar. Set up nicely from his first serve. Again, using that forehand to get Koppel stretched out wide on that backhand, and clearly has nice hands when he can put those volleys away. Does have that ability to drop shot sometimes, Omar. Can get low on those forehands.
Good serve. Koppel had the play on it, but I like that. I like the fact that he, in this stage of the match, where might be a chance to sort of get tight. Oh, I'm behind and behind. He can actually still be attacking. I like that net play. That's nicely done. Trying to go in with the body serve, but Koppel, that was right in his hitting zone. Nicely done.
Just a score update on court 6. Propoggia has held, and it is now 4-all in the second set.
A lot more depth on that forehand.
Makes a big difference.
Past game or so, it does, absolutely. So game points.
And he does a good job to hold. So Koppel now will look to convert his lead. But if Omar can get a racket on this return, he's clearly able to stay with Koppel when it comes down to the rallying. It's just a matter of being able to read Koppel's serve.
Yeah, the question is, can he get it back to a 50-50 contest? And that's tricky because Koppel, when he's been under pressure, has got that big first serve. First off, that's where the error is going to come in, when he can bring it back to that neutral contest.
I think you read my mind, Pete. An opportunity now on a second serve.
That's just a wonderful serve.
Just getting a little too high for Omar to be able to do anything with that return. You can see his racket face was open. He was looking just to bunt it back, but landing too short. Match been going on for an hour and 23 minutes. And that last serve, 219 kilometres per hour.
Well done again. Going the approach up the middle of the court with the ball staying low.
14-15.
Jessica couldn't quite get under it, so deciding to go with the slice, which with Koppel moving in the way he is always going to put that away.
We actually didn't place that backhand slice anywhere near the lines, but it was that pressure when Koppel does close into the net that gives him that opportunity to put that volley away.
Well done. Going to be a lot more effective if he's able to get onto that topspin forehand. Okay, change up from Koppel, but it was to the strength of Jessica. Still a game point though. Got it again. Again, 170 kilometre serve, Boyana. So he takes a little bit of pace off. And because he's standing so far back in the court, he actually does get a play on the ball.
Omar willing to take a few risks and certainly paying off. That backhand landing just on the line. Back to Deuce.
The pressure starts to build. Big moment for Marius Koppel to get into the main draw of the Grand Slam. Had a good amount of success last year relative to a player playing at the Challenger and ITF level, seeing some ATP action, qualifying through to events, but still a huge moment. That's a great serve. That is excellent. 216 down the tee.
Great response. But earlier on, when Koppel was hitting his second serves, Omar wasn't applying any pressure by returning or by getting enough returns in. So now that Omar is able to do that, it is making Koppel play that one extra shot and is applying that little bit of extra pressure.
Oh, wonderful again. Again, 199 kilometres, but it was out wide. You can see how far back in the court Jessica is. Back to game point. That's great serving, clutch serving from Marius Koppel. A game away from a spot in the main draw, taking the first set 7-6 and leading 5-2 in the second.
Well, he clearly served his way out of that game when he was faced with a break point. And I think that's been the story of the whole match, is whenever he has been under pressure or when Omar has had that opportunity to close in, Koppel can rely on his big first serve. And if we're talking about weapons for Omar, he will have to start working on something that he can rely on, such as a first serve or a bigger forehand. Still only 17 years of age, so has a long way to go.
Now, other scores. What's happening the Court 6 match that we've been keeping an eye on?
Well, it's between Aussies Dane Propoggia and Kyle Edmund of Great Britain, and Kyle has just taken that second set 6 games to 4, so it's tied at 1 set apiece.
As we can see there.
So very close first 2 sets. Could be anyone's game at this stage.
Particularly when you've got the advantage set.
Yes, as we saw the other
night. Could be a long day out there. The back here, it could be short for Marius Koppel. He's 1 game away from a spot in the main draw at the Australian Open. Again, just putting the challenge out there. The Koppel, he's just so solid at the nets.
Well, he did well to turn a defensive point into an offensive, clearly in control, especially when he comes into the net. Omar unable to make those forehand passes.
Going to replay the point. Now, 3 match points. The man from Romania. Great performance. A tight first set. And more solid of the 2 players in the second. And he's there. Marius Koppel through to the main draw at the Australian Open for 2015, ending Omar Jasika's run 7-6, 6-2.
Well, it's a great display of tennis from Koppel. The more experienced 24-year-old. And after he won that close first set,
yeah, you could tell.
He just carried on and he did a good job to create a lot more opportunities. First serve really helped him with those aces and that net play. So disappointing for Omar, but a great effort nonetheless to make the 3rd round.
See Marius there just he was applauding the Omar army. They like that very much, but more in support for what they were doing, to supporting their player. Omar straight off the court. As we have a look at the highlights for the second set, a lot of these will be dominated by Marius Koppel. Just did well. He played the points he needed to in terms of getting to the net. He was able to put that pressure on and just make a big target for Jasika to try and get around. And certainly that slow start, that 3-love after that opening set, made things very tough from there. And just see, he had a break point in his previous service game. He was able to serve his way out of trouble. And he's got that extra pace on his serve, which is so helpful, so solid at the net. And he was match point. Nice touch. So he's got that nice game that was going to always be too much for Omar Jasika.
So we have a look at the match summary. First serve percentages, Jasika little bit higher at 51% as compared to Copple's 46, but the aces really helped Copple get through both those sets, sitting at 13 as compared to only 2 from Omar. And the winners as well, 35 as compared to 14. So that's clearly as a result of that big first serve and that net play where he created a lot of opportunities for those winners.
Absolutely. A lot more aggressive, you can see there, getting into the net. We'll sign a few autographs. The kids are still hanging around from Kids Tennis Day, which is continuing around the courts, as is the qualifying. And so coming up, our final match for our qualifying schedule, at the moment anyway, here on show court number 3, the second seed Jürgen Melzer against Steve Darcis of Belgium. And that match is not too far away. We'll keep you up to date with all the other matches happening around all the other courts and give you all the qualifiers heading into the main draw getting underway on Monday.
track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track. I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track and I can track and track and track.
Well, welcome back to Show Court 3. Thanks to Peter Mercado and Bojana Babusic for taking you through the first match of the afternoon. It's always a fun day, the Saturday before the main draw of the Australian Open gets underway. All of the kiddies around from Rod Laver Arena earlier on, and beautiful afternoon in Melbourne again. And we have an interesting contest between Jürgen Melzer and also Steve Darcis from Belgium. Jürgen Melzer, a man who has had some fantastic results through his career. And it wasn't that long ago he made the 4th round of Wimbledon, only 18 months ago. But he has made the 4th round of the Australian Open previously, semi-finalist at the French in 2010 and the 4th round of the US Open. Had a win over Novak Djokovic at the French a couple of years back, and what made that even more special was the fact he came back from 2 sets to love down. So Kate Kearns in co-commentary.
Hey
This
Matt,
is
how
going
are
to be,
you?
I'm very well, thank you. Always lovely to have your smiling dial in the commentary position. And we've got Jürgen Melzer here, and also his opponent in Steve Darcis from Belgium. What are we expecting here?
Oh, should be a tight match actually, and obviously getting through to the 3rd round at qualifiers here at the Australian Open. Both men are in good form. Steve Darcis, of course, he's actually won a title coming into this event. He won the Noumea Challenger. So he's got quite a few matches behind him, and I think he may just get away with this match against Melzer today. They've actually played twice before, and Darcis has won both those matches. The last meeting went 4 sets, 7-6, 6-7, 6-4, 6-3. So, as I said, I expect that this will be a tight encounter. Best of 3. Of course, no tie-break in the 3rd. And we've had some late ones, so we've started, what time is it at the moment? Just after 2?
I'll stop it there. Don't mock us, for goodness sake.
Look, we've got lots of commentators.
We've got plenty of commentators, plenty of light. There's no
We'll be
problems
fine.
there. There's some good atmosphere here around today. Age-wise, they're similar as far as rankings are concerned. Just to simplify it, Darcis, highest ranking of 44. And the highest ranking for Melzer, 8.
Yeah, back in 2011, so, you know, I keep thinking that's not that long ago. He's out to 106 at the moment, but he pulled out of the Australian Open last year with a shoulder injury, and I just wonder whether or not that caused him some concerns in 2014. Anyway, he's back here now with the chance to get himself a entry into the 1st round of the Australian Open, and we wish him well.
Mentioned the Noumea Challenger. It's certainly not the most prestigious tennis tournament in the world, but it sounds like a great trip. Do they need a court announcer at any stage? Noumea, gorgeous.
Sure, they need 2 of us. I'll tell you what, a title's a title, isn't it?
Oh, indeed. Yeah, they stack up.
And I see also, talking about Melzer and Djokovic, the win coming back from 2 sets down. It was Darcis who put Rafa out of the 2013 Wimbledon in the 1st round. So the 2 of them have had big scalps over the years.
Melzer with the black shorts. Both players wearing the white shirts and the white cap, but we can certainly pick out Melzer with that black set of shorts on.
And the cap back to front.
You watched a little bit of Omar Jasika, Kate, just a little bit of inexperience, and Marius Koppel just a little bit too good on that occasion today. And it's been a big week for Omar.
Oh, huge, and he would have been drained going into the match today. I'm sure the adrenaline would have been pumping, but you know, a couple of sets in, you start feeling fatigue, particularly when you've been broken. Also, Koppel, I thought, just had the big serve when he needed it, got himself out of trouble quite a few times. I noticed that his first serve percentage wasn't great, but it was on those big points where he was able to just get some free points and got through quite easily in the end.
Walking through Garden Square, arriving today, Kate had already almost almost feels like the Australian Open has started with the crowds. If you,
it was all the little people
all
out
the little
there, Matt.
people, all of our future.
Oh boy,
our tennis future wandering
everywhere.
around.
Fantastic to see. I did also was interested to note as we were as I was walking over here to the commentary box that of course the big giant tennis ball, which is going to feature prominently throughout the Oz Open over the next 2 weeks in terms of photos, they've now got security.
It's got for the
It's
tennis
got its
ball.
own security.
It's always great to see the kiddies with their tennis rackets. The tennis rackets are usually sometimes bigger than the kids.
Yeah.
So it's
The bags are,
indeed,
for sure.
So Melzer to serve. We're in for a good clash here. Melzer nearest to camera.
Just adjust my seat.
Couple of spectators leaving the court, and just too much movement there for Melzer. Adjusted to the breeze as well.
People would have taken a break just after the last match and are now coming back into show court 3. Talking the other day, Matt, about the players where they've won the junior titles, the junior Grand Slams, and whether or not they can kick on to make a career out of tennis. And Melzer, of course, won the Wimbledon junior title back in 1999.
Yes, we were discussing that transition phase, weren't we? And players such as John Patrick Smith, Andrew Harris, who we saw yesterday, is in that phase at the moment. So Zverev from the first day got beaten in qualifying. Qualifying, we're whittling down 128 men into a group of 16 qualifiers to play in the main draw, down to 12 women by the end of today. So at this stage, comfortable enough. First service game for Melzer.
Goes for the big forehand as Melzer, but too much pep on that one.
Didn't do enough with his second shot, Melzer, and was read beautifully by Darcis.
Yes, he went the right way. And that's pure reflex. Back to juice, or to juice, from 40-15. That's a good serve into the body of Darcis. How'd you see that, Matty?
I thought he just snuck that one in. I agree with Melzer. Fortunately, that brings about a double fault.
Yeah, and Melzer's just going in to argue the point. It's pointless at this stage. No overrule.
It's interesting, the chair umpire having a little chat with the lines judge. I'm not sure what that's about. Usually the chair umpire confirms to the lines judge that he agrees, but they had a little conversation. And this time we are back to deuce. And Darcis already pumping himself up, sniffing out an early opportunity here, third deuce.
Up first break point for Darcis. I think Melzer just trying to get to the net in time to take that ball, and to get down incredibly low and just couldn't control the volley. Boy, that ball must have been right on the line.
Early on, what do you think of Melzer's court movement? He seems to be happy to stay in the same spot. Almost looks a little bit lethargic in a way.
He does actually, I think you're right. Take a little to warm up. He's 33 years of age, Matt.
Us old boys need
I tell you, it takes me a lot longer than one game to warm up.
Shot down the line eventually brings up the first game for Melzer. It took 8 minutes to hold. He leads 1-love. It's a great day the Saturday before the Open starts, Kate, because to these players, they are like mini finals, aren't they? The third and final match of qualifying. They get into the main draw, and it, for some of them, is a very big moment.
Oh, it's a huge moment, and for some of them, I mean, they'll go through and and cause some damage early on because they do have so much form going into the championships. So don't worry about some of the top seeds who have drawn a qualifier. They'd be slightly worried about that because they know they're playing someone who's had to play a number of matches and to have won those matches to have got through. So they have form on their side.
The man from Belgium, Steve Darcis, to serve. As though one of these pesky birds is on the court again. Kate, the ball boy, has been given the job to shoo the bird away.
Wonder, was that in the PD?
Bird's just perched him or herself now in the first row. Ball sailing out. We had one of the chair umpires couldn't get into her chair on the first day of qualifying. The Indian minor birds causing a bit of havoc.
They're nasty things too, I'm telling you. Have you ever been hit in the head by one of those?
No.
Oh,
there's a few of them around, actually. There's a couple flying around the court at the moment.
Boy, when they're nesting, don't get in their way. Don't get anywhere near the nest. That's all I'm saying.
This is pretty comfortable at the moment for Darcis. Swinging first serve on the deuce court at 158 kilometres an hour. Didn't miss by a great deal. And he holds. So it's one game all early in this match between Steve Darcis and Jürgen Melzer. Draw came through yesterday. Kate, was there anything that really whet your appetite, especially in the women's?
Oh, well, that would have to be Sloane Stephens and Azarenka playing first up, and take us back a couple of years to a semi-final, which was very interesting. Quite controversial at the time, so I'm very much looking forward to that match.
In the men's, do you think Laz Kavcic got on the plane and thought, geez, I hope I don't draw Duckworth again? And he did in the first round.
Oh.
He was put on a UV drip after the...
He might put himself on the drip beforehand, just in case we go another 5. What was the time on that? 5.5 hours?
Yes, it was. It was on a hot day. It was 10-8 in the 5th.
I'm not seeing too many rallies in these first few games. Darcis just looking at where that ball landed, but it definitely caught line.
Good rally, just about the longest rally of the match so far.
Yeah,
and
nice change up from Darcy.
Trying to grind Melzer down here.
Well,
12 shots.
Yeah, and he threw in some slice, short balls, and kept it long, got some angle. Nice change up.
And Melzer eventually holds. Well, Kate Kearns came in bragging about the cap she just bought for $30. It was the best decision she's ever made. Here's Angie Hilton.
So here we are with Maddie from the flagship Australian Open merchandise store. Maddie, it's jam-packed.
It is very, very busy here. We've got so many hot items that everyone's just grabbing onto them, so you've got to be quick.
What are the must-have items of 2015?
Definitely our official player towels made by Sheridan. So the men's and women's, they're very popular. Our Wilson balls.
Pink, gotta love this.
Yeah.
All the girls need to have a pink big Wilson ball.
Definitely, and great to get autographs on as well.
And I love this, a little rattle for the bubbers. We haven't forgotten the bubbers for this season.
Definitely not, they're included. And this is my favourite on those hot days.
Can I spray you or are you going to spray me? You can spray and fan at the same time. She's loving it. Look at it. Oh, yeah. That's me. Amazing. We could have a lot of fun with this, couldn't we?
Definitely.
So these are only $15. Must-have items. Anything else?
Oh, you've got to get our international plush range. So we've got like Spain, we've got Switzerland, so Roger and Nadal. So you've got to get one of those.
And I'm loving, what's this material I'm wearing? Because it's great.
Yeah. It's a quick dry, so great if you're playing tennis and you get out there and have a hit in summer. So really good, it's breathable fabrics.
Yes, I did test it out. I had a little hot shot myself before. So we're ready to go. So everyone pop down to the merchandise store and visit Maddie and she'll show you all around.
We'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Well done, Angie. And there is one of the Australian Open staff looking resplendent in her purple. The court services team. Yes, that's a $30 hat that Katie proudly brought in. It's an absolute cracker. You're not going to get sunburnt with that, Katie.
I am wearing that tonight when I go for my run.
Fourth game of the match, and Darcy is clearly holding serve a lot easier than what Melzer is at this point.
Yeah, Melzer just doesn't appear to have got into this game.
So Darcy holds. It's 2-all in the opening set here. Second match up on show court 3. Third round qualifying. One of these gentlemen will go into the main draw. Of course, some of the top names, including Novak Djokovic, has drawn a qualifier.
At what stage will they find out? Do we know? We'll get those details. It'll be either later this evening or tomorrow.
I don't think either of these men are thinking about Novak Djokovic at the moment. It's just getting through is the big concern at this stage. Again, no real foot movement and just blasting away Melzer.
Yeah, the rhythm on the forehand is quite off today. It's really overhitting on that side. And
Another
here comes
bird.
that bird. There's two
There's
of
a
them.
couple of them. Just welcoming our guests from Belgium and Austria playing on the court. Welcome to Melbourne.
that was wide.
Lady showing us a full set of lungs.
Yeah, Darcis well pinned behind the baseline, trying to hit that backhand. Momentum was going backwards. It makes it very difficult.
Well, at this early stage, the man from Belgium would be sensing some sort of a break opportunity. He has been able to dig into this serve a little. His service games have been comfortable. Now 15-30 and looking at a second serve. Well, Melzer's remonstrating with the lines judge from our angle, but we are behind the line. It didn't seem to be that far out, but it was the longest rally to date at 17 shots. Although having a look at the replay, I think it was certainly the right call from the chair judge.
Oh, it was well long. Once again,
there's a gentleman in the crowd,
he doesn't
and
realise,
he's completely oblivious that he's actually holding up play. He still doesn't know.
Because he hasn't been watching the tennis. He's looking at his mobile phone. His mates are probably calling him to say, sit down.
He just sauntered into that overhead, didn't he, Melzer? But he was able to put Darcis away. He leads 3-2. First set, we're on serve. Kate, last night we had the APR International final in Sydney. The two Czech players and Kvitova winning in what was an arm wrestle, but it was high-quality tennis.
Well, 2 sets in the end, but Pliskova was, I mean, she's outstanding. What a talent. Looking forward to seeing her at the Oz Open over the next 2 weeks. And we're saying off air, I mean, if that is what we can expect even for a final here, it would be spectacular. The quality of the tennis last night was brilliant. Really enjoyed that match, as you may have gathered.
Interesting fact that the winner, as we'll just have a bit of a look at...
he's got some notes.
It's interesting.
Poetry, maybe?
Don't see that very often, do you? We've seen a couple of interesting...
Well, the Williams sisters often have notes courtside, and just a little bit of a reminder in terms of what you think should be doing out on court.
We don't see that very often. Kvitova has a very good record against Czech
hasn't been beaten.
Girls, yeah, which is interesting.
Yeah, so chatting last night as to whether or not that had an impact in terms of the opponent, because she had actually spoken about the fact that, you know, that Kvitova has this record over the Czech players, and so having verbalised it, maybe mentally she was thinking she didn't have a chance last night.
Just on that point, you know, Thomas Berdych in the men's as well is obviously a very, very, very good player. What makes the Czech players so good?
That's a tough question
to ask,
on the spot.
They can make tennis players, can't they? So can the Swiss.
But it is an interesting point, Matt, in terms of some of the countries. For a while there, it was all the French players that were doing well. The Spanish players would, you know, they come through in big groups, and hopefully it's Australia's turn in the next couple of years. We're talking about the young boys coming through, and there's quite a few of them all around the same age group, really urging one another on. So perhaps it's our turn again.
And for the first time in this match on show court 3, Melzer putting a little bit of pressure on the Darcis serve. Just not hitting that return.
work from Darcis. He was really on the defensive for most of that point. Finally gets himself in a position where he starts dictating from the baseline, stepping forward. He's got it back to 30 all. It's a really good second serve out wide. And it finishes off with ace down the tee.
3-all in this second match up on show court 3. A couple of other scores out on show court 2. Shahar Peer from Israel, the most successful Israeli female tennis player of all time, is currently in a real battle. She won the first 7-6 against Hogenkamp, the 23 seed. Then Hogenkamp took the second 6-3 and leads 5-2. So Peer's in some trouble out there on show court 2. The match between Propagia and also Edmund, the Australian Propagia, it's gone to 7-all in the third set, so that is really going the distance. Tim Smychek, who we saw yesterday, he went down in the first set 5-7 to Automne. And they're about to kick into the second set out there on court 12. And our man Jimmy Wang from Taipei. Do you remember Jimmy?
Yeah, absolutely.
From was it last year or 2 years ago? He brought all the fans in from Taipei.
Year.
I think it was 12 months ago. We had great coverage of Jimmy over the 4 days. He won the first set 6-1 against Milo from France, and Milo leads 2-love in the second set. That's out on court 14. Swinging serve that has really just hit the corner of the service box at 173 kilometres.
Yeah, that's a nice play from Darcis. Had Melzer reaching, got the short ball.
Well, it was really a nothing shot from Melzer, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was just a bunt, if anything.
Yeah, scoop it up.
One of these shoelaces, able to dig that one up. Back to deuce. I think it's going to be a dour battle, this one.
Oh, certainly, and it's happened a couple of times now for Melzer where he's come into the net and been able to get that deep volley.
Thought that might have fallen in, but it's just gone over the baseline. Bit of luck for Melzer in the end, because it would have passed him otherwise.
He nearly got his racket to it. I'm glad he didn't. It's been very difficult to control.
Again, took a little bit of work, but Melzer holds. and leads 4-3 in this first set. But as the set goes on, more and more likely it looks like Darcy might crack that Melzer serve. He needs to break the deadlock. But Melzer with his nose in front at the moment, 4-3. So we'll continue to have a look at these scores throughout the Melbourne Park precinct. Hogan Camp leads Pier 5-3 in that third set. Pier up at this stage 30-15, so down a break. But anything could happen out there on show court 2. And Propagia is serving at 30 love and 7-8 down in that third and deciding set on court 6. As we're now out at court 8 by the looks of it. This is Jenkins and Poots. Poots winning the first set 6-4, and they've just commenced the second set. Oh, one through the legs. As we go back to show court 3, live action. Darcy serving. That's the best serve we've seen so far, 185 kilometres an hour.
Well, it is a weapon for Darcy, the serve. Serve and the forehand. So if those two things are working for him in his game, he's likely to win this match. Now, once again, Page is being held up whilst people take a seat. Are a little cantankerous out on court. A few things bothering them.
Well, there's a bit to play for here, obviously financially, but also to get into that main draw on Monday. Who knows? You would assume that Novak will be playing on Rod Laver Arena.
It's a big moment, isn't it?
All of a sudden, these boys could find themselves there in 2 days. The Australians in the men's draw, Leighton Hewitt drew Zhejiang from China. Nick Kyrgios drew Federico Del Bonis from Argentina. Bernard Tomic drew Tobias Kamke from Germany. Nazi Kokkinakis, I think, got the worst.
Oh, yes.
With Ernst Gulbis from Latvia.
That's a tough first round encounter.
This is a key point here. 4-3.
30 all.
30
yeah.
all.
Gonna look at a second serve.
Just missing. Great rally.
Well, Melzer had so much shape on those balls, allowing for a lot of margin, which was great. And then Decides to tee off on that forehand down the line and just couldn't bring it back in.
It's the longest rally of the match, Kate, at 19 shots. How about that for a rally? No wonder he's pumping himself up there. Flirted with the net a couple of times.
Oh, that was a terrific point. Had a little everything. I was just thinking about how much variety both men have in their game, and it was all on show just then.
4-all as Melzer approached the net. Didn't do enough with the smash. He kept himself in the point. And then a beautiful shot down the line. Doesn't get any better than that. He loved it. 4-all with 36 minutes gone. Can Darcis try and really eat into the Melzer serve here, heading towards the end of the first set? Perhaps a little chance.
Boy, I like that shot. He held it, Melzer. Noticed that his opponent was going the other way. It's in the drop shot. The backhand drop shot is his favourite.
The movement around the court really frustrating Darcis, and you can understand that.
Well, and it's because it's the line of sight too about where these people are moving. So, and they're not realising that they're holding up play. There's usually people at the gates during the Australian Open to stop folk coming in and out during the matches whilst play's on. So that's not happening here, not until Monday. So players just have to contend with people and movement. Also, I think says something about the focus too of the players.
Not focusing enough.
Letting things distract them. Such a crucial time in this first set.
Rather orthodox volley there, but then all of a sudden things became a little bit unorthodox for Darcis.
Melzer guessed right. Darcis was not prepared.
So Melzer holds, and really hard to know how this set's going to end. 5-4, Jürgen Melzer ahead of Steve Darcis from Belgium. Well, a beautiful day here in Melbourne town. It looks as though the weather is going to be quite pleasant over the 2 weeks. So the long-range forecast is, I don't think we're going to get any real stinkers, which is great news. And tickets are available, tickettech.com.au. Current weather today, 21 degrees. The forecast was for 24. It's probably hovering around that mark. Although I note the modern weathermen and weather people on the networks over the year now say that it might be 21 degrees, but it might feel like 24.
Well, that's
It
helpful.
tells you what it feels like.
Is that
as
more?
opposed to the
Is that
actual
more
temperature.
important in terms of, you know, when you're considering what you're going to put on, what conditions are going to be like, what it's going to feel like? No, what 24
Not as
degrees
important
feels
for us
like.
blokes, but certainly you ladies. AO Qualies, hashtag AO Qualies if you'd like to join in the conversation. If you're actually here on Margaret Court and the surrounds, show court 3 as we zero in Margaret Court in the background. If you're in the area or Garden Square, drop us a line. We've had plenty of interest from around the world this week. Trinidad, Belgium, Boston. I'm sure our friend that tweeted us from Belgium the other day is watching again for this match with Steve Darcis playing. Be early in the morning there, but it's worth it.
Forehand really opening up on that Darcis.
Quite right, Kate. We've got two angry men out there at the moment.
Well, they've both got their issues. I'm not quite sure what they are, but they're directing them at the umpire. Concerned about some of the calls, perhaps. Mind you, between the moments of anger, some brilliant tennis.
So Darcis with the chance to level this up. As more people come into show court 3. This is going to be happening all afternoon. Better get used to it. So Darcis holds, and it's back to 5-all in this, the first set, which is now 44 minutes of age.
Yeah, just watching that last point, and Melzer guessed right. Just too much on it.
That's great agility from the big man.
Yeah, great movement. Quick wheels to get to that ball. Not only that, to actually control that shot. A lot of skill. Well, window of opportunity at love 30 on the Melzer serve. Darcis. It's his backhand that's done the damage in this game.
Great shot. Double-handed cross court. Hanging in there. Some happy fans have been here for the Kids Fun Day and also watching the qualifying action, the last desperate stages. Always a great day out around Melbourne Park. It's a pretty busy time at the moment with plenty of spectators filing into Rod Laver Arena today, and now with a wild double fault from Melzer, Darcis has 2 break points. Key moment in this match.
Oh, that ball catching the line. Darcis just coming in to check that. He's walking away. Probably saw the mark. Sometimes you can actually see marks on these courts.
Blazing away and missed, and that's an important one. Darcis breaks and now leads 6-5 and will come out and serve for it. It was almost like it was inevitable. The way
yeah, you've been calling it, Matt, actually, that Darcis had a look in on the Melzer serve for the last couple of games. And finally, he got off to a really good start, though, in that last serve. He was love 30 up, so put the pressure on early on.
Katie, whilst we have your expert knowledge, the Australians in the women's part of the draw, Sam Stozer, that's not an easy one, is it?
Not.
Monica Nicolescu has gradually worked up the grades over the last 2 or 3 years. That's a tough one.
Yeah, and the first couple of matches for Sam are always tough in the Grand Slams. She does better the longer she stays in those matches, so it'll be a tough one. Hopefully she'll get through.
Storm Sanders and Klara Kukalova from Czech Republic, Jamila Gajdasova and Alexandra Dulgaru from Romania. What about the Rogowska-Gibbs match?
Yeah,
Nicole Gibbs from the USA.
Well, I haven't seen too much of Nicole Gibbs, but I watched quite a bit of Olivia Rogowska at the wildcard playoffs, and she's got a good game, Olivia, and quite determined out there. So
and you'd back Casey Delacroix against Yvonne Moosberger.
Yeah, although having said that, I don't think Casey's in the best form. Didn't do so well at over in Perth, and of course again in Sydney. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure where she's at the moment, but she always plays well here in Melbourne, Casey. Actually, she didn't play Sydney, she played Hobart.
It's been a frustrating tournament in Hobart. I think Heather Watson in her semi-final was interrupted on match point.
With the rain?
With the rain, 40-30 up match point, they had to go off.
Weather has not been good.
Match took 4 hours, 6 times she came off court. Translate that, Katie?
Got a fair idea what he's saying, though.
Gee, that didn't miss by much, and all of a sudden, well, who would have picked this? Melzer's coming back with 2 break points of his own.
Yes, and some terrific defence. He really had to get down low, and great control on the backhand side, and in the end, Darcis just wide on the forehand.
Both players really frustrated now. Gentleman just walked in, didn't hear that announcement.
Well, this is a massive point.
Both players at their wits' end, really.
Well, other people in the crowd probably need to just be having a word to people walking past them. Just tell them to quickly take the seat.
So Melzer does break back. Who would have thought? And we're back to 6-all tiebreak in the first set. What's been a real dour battle. What's your tip, Kate?
I'm going Melzer. You, Maddie?
I haven't got a clue.
Oh, just pick a side. Team Melzer for me. Great movement to the net by Melzer. You could hear his footwork all the way through that point. He's on his toes.
Halfway through that set in regulation, the unforced errors were piling up for Melzer. He's been able to become a little bit more consistent the last couple of games, and who would have thought that he would break the Darcis serve? He hasn't looked like doing it the first hour of this match.
Darcis almost 1.5 meters behind the baseline, trying to hit that backhand.
Gee, that was close. That looked like on the line to me.
Yeah, I would have given him that. No, the umpire is resolute.
Oh, he's hard done by there. That was an ace for sure. That was plumb on the line. Let's fire him up.
following that ball in. Wasn't a great ball to come in behind, though. Darcy levels it up at 2-all.
Matches out on court 11. Andreas Beck's in a little bit of trouble. 5-1 in the first set. Backinger is ahead of him at this stage. On serve in the Jimmy Wang-Milo match. Wang taking the first 6-1. 4-5 down on serve, out on court 14.
Well, it was a nice return from Melzer, but in the end he just didn't do enough with that backhand.
That young lady was more interested in what occurred on Rod Laver Arena earlier today. If you missed that news, that breaking news, it was a draw between Team Turtles and Team Dora. Unfortunately, young Propagia going down 9-7, can you believe, in that third set out on court 6. So that's a real shame.
I see him taking control here in this tie break. He's up 5-2. That missed ace has fired him up, and he hasn't missed a point since. So
that's exactly right.
Exactly what he needed. That's a lovely forehand, finds the line. Melzer and Darcy unable to get that ball back.
Was forced to go for everything, just missing. It's impossible to predict what's going to happen next with these two. Melzer coming back in this tie break, 4-5 down. But now Darcy has the benefit of 2 serves. Now has the benefit of 2 set points. Close.
Well, it was a good second serve. It was nice and deep. But, terrific footwork from Melzer. Himself in a position to get that ball back.
nip and tuck here on show court 3. Successfully working Darcy around the court. Great part of being here in the week before the Australian Open is get to see the build-up, and the press are already here looking for answers. With all of the top players, we'll be hearing from one of them in a few moments' time.
Swapping on third.
Yes, it's like the start of the football season. Everyone's in great form. Everyone's had a terrific pre-season, worked hard, never been fitter.
Now Melzer has a set point of his own. Does it. It took 1 hour and 3 minutes. But it is Jürgen Melzer taking the first set 7-6, talking about some of the stars, being asked some heavy questions. Let's hear from Anna Ivanovic, and after that it'll be Peter Mercado in the commentary box with Kate Kerr.
You know, to be honest, I try not to think too much about the rankings. I definitely thought about it towards the end of the last year. You know, I really tried to make that push and finish in top 5. But at the moment, I really want to focus on my game and what I have to do out there on the court and to enjoy every match, because I know if I do that, the results take care of themselves, and then rankings, you know, they just speak for themselves. And this is my main focus for this season.
Anna, how are you feeling physically? Looked like there was in Brisbane maybe some backstrapping or something like that. So
yeah, a little bit, you know, but you always have little pains, and it goes especially in the beginning of the season. And you know, no matter how hard you work in the off season, the match is a completely different story. So it takes time to get that match fitness and a little bit different kind of movement. But I had the week to recover, so yeah, I feel fit.
And I was asked what about this Grand Slam particularly stands out for you, and you like when compared with the other 3?
I think each Grand Slam is very specific and very individual in the atmosphere and the feel about it. And here I really feel people get excited about tennis. You know, they love sport, they love to cheer, they get loud, and that's exciting. There's lots of kids always out here that come and support us. And obviously it's through their summer holidays, so people are a little bit more relaxed, I feel. But it is very exciting. And since I don't have tournament at home, this feels like second home for me.
We're away in this second set. And another match, another tie-break to decide the first set. And Steve Darcis, I don't think he's by no means out of this contest.
No, I mean, it was very even, Pete.
It was, but did have opportunities in that tiebreaker. Now, I was watching that first set, seeing the movement behind the court. It's not so much the movement on the side of the court that's annoying the players, it's just right behind the server. Two experienced players, but they have spent a bit of time out on the back courts. No, even here at Melbourne Park, there's a lot of movement. Even at Wimbledon, a lot of movement on the outside courts, but it's mainly on the side of the courts.
Oh, that's a lovely slice backhand from Darcis. He's used that well today.
So Darcis holds, opening game, second set. A really entertaining contest, a really even contest that could make a fairly decent second or third round main draw. Both of these players have the ability.
Well, they've both got really good variety in their game, so it's very interesting and entertaining points. There's a young fan with some lovely work done there, some paint, face paint. Imagine they're out and about. People with Kids Day, obviously, here at the Australian Open.
Just missing, but again, that attack on the ball, he's so quick to get into the net. Trying to go topspin angle in terms of the approach. You see that Darcis is getting a good read on it, so he's able to prepare himself, get himself there in time.
The only thing I would say about Darcis' game at the moment is that he can get too far behind that baseline. Gets pushed behind it. Just really step forward. Trouble here at love 30 on serve. Now he's in big trouble. Love 40. Once again, it was the forehand. Not perhaps moving his feet again. I thought that was an issue early on in the first set.
It's a poor game, and that is why he just did that. 2 games to love. A momentum change. Did well not to break that racket, actually.
It's because he threw it flat.
Or he's,
don't you know how to throw a racket,
or he's covering up the fact that he has broken it to not get a code violation, which can happen.
to consolidate the break. Not a break until he does.
Too good, going back the other way.
Some fans enjoying the sunshine and the tennis.
Melzer, total defense in that point. And that's just the value of getting the extra ball back into play. Just being forced side to side and then coming up with the error. Chance to break back.
That's a good serve. Still with one break point to save. Okay, so Darcis going to get another first serve here, and that's courtesy of Melzer, actually. Well,
and if he had his time over again.
No, it's the right thing to do. It's good sportsmanship, but missed opportunity. He knows he had 2 break points there. Darcis got it to juice. Oh, that's a lovely sharp volley.
Something he can do a bit more of too, because when he's there, he's so solid at the net. Moment, Darcis has the edge in terms of the baseline rallies. That's why Melzer is able to just attack a little bit more by getting into the net. If he does get that short ball,
yeah, he follows it in. That's a heavy serve, 181 k's an hour. Boy, that couldn't have missed by much.
as this game continues on, its importance continues to grow.
Another happy customer.
See, that's the thing. You're going to press from that far back in the court, around the baseline, maybe a metre or two behind it. Just feeling like he's going to have to put a little bit extra on every single ball, try and get that ball deep.
It starts overhitting, yeah.
And again. So the frustration continues to build for Jürgen Melzer. Steve Darcis, 3 games to love in the second set. The big names are talking to the world's press at the moment, both today and tomorrow. And the great man, Roger Federer, caught up with the media earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, clearly things are more calm this year, I guess, going in. Last year, you know, having the new racket, having gotten through the back issues, having gone through the off-season, you know, feeling good, but still not quite sure because I needed matches to see how he was going to cope. I came here also with Stefan Edberg helping me out. You know, there was many changes that took place in the 6 months leading into, I guess, the Australian Open, whereas this time around I've played so well. Also was able to win Brisbane now last week, and makes me feel more secure, I guess, this year coming into the Aussie Open.
Did Stefan do a bit more in terms of time last year than you expected, and do you have any idea how much he's going to do with you this year?
Yeah, I mean, he might have done maybe a couple of weeks more, but nothing significant. It was basically the time we spoke about, and we'll probably do something like 10 weeks this year. And he just arrived, so he'll be here for the tournament, but Severin's clearly doing most of the work. But yeah, I'm excited that Stefan's willing to do another year with some weeks with me.
So the thoughts of Roger Federer. Interesting, Stefan Edberg is in town. But obviously, Severin Luthi doing a lot of work. In the Davis Cup team are doing a lot of work with Roger as well.
Maybe on new balls, you just showed the ball for us.
First round match coming up with Yen Sun Liu. And it'll be coming up on Monday. Interesting here for Melzer. His brother actually played, Gerald played in the qualifying as well, got through to the second round. It's to Alex Kuznetsov.
Would have been interesting if they end up playing one another. That won't be happening, of course. Not now. Well, Melzer's really gone off the boil. Second set, afford to go down 2 breaks.
Did well. Nice on the drop shot. Took all the pace off the ball.
I'm not sure that he hit that cleanly, Pete, but he did enough.
It worked.
Yeah, it's his favourite shot. Mentioned that earlier. But set it up beautifully, and that is not an easy shot to hit either. Just flicked that across. Did enough.
And gets on the board in the second set. So Darcis 3-1.
Well, Melzer has obviously been listening to you, Pete, because in that game he made sure he was coming to the net, put pressure on Darcis to come up with the winning shot. He's certainly pressing more than his opponent.
Again, just movement behind the court. That's where it's tricky for the players. Break 2, Melzer's only down a break, so you can turn this around very quickly. Certainly a lot more positive in that previous service game. What it is making sure he's putting every single ball into court.
He's also getting depth on those shots too. Nothing short. Oh, that's sublime. Great control. It's a terrific approach shot too. Slice, ball short. Draws his opponent in, can't control the balls. Perfect.
That's frustrating because he did set up the point well, but has to go for the lines because Melzer is so quick around the court. So Melzer getting a warning there.
Still with the one break point, Melzer trying to get back into this second set, having taken the first 7-6 in a tie break.
So the other thing too Darcis is doing is he's just wearing down Melzer. He had to work really hard for that first set.
Also not liking the call on that serve. It's going through too fast for us to see.
Huge battle in that game. Darcis having a heap of break points. And it's 4-1 in the second set.
Now it's Melzer. He's having words again with the umpire.
Just talking about the length of time that he has between points, trying to clarify that. Liechtenstein is out. Chair umpire. He's just lost complete focus. Melzer. Melzer serving, bit of work to do now. It's 1-4 in the second set. A clear miss. It was a nice setup, but
I like the double take from Melzer then, as if, you know, what? That was out? Of course it was. About 3 foot.
But it's about mixing things up.
That's a good serve. 195 kilometres an hour. Serve out wide, Melzer.
Nicely done. Again, it's that depth. Ball right on the baseline.
On the baseline and at the feet of Melzer. So it was a difficult shot to get, and Darcis really able to put that ball away, got the short ball back.
And again. 39 kilometres. Just caught it nicely.
Set up perfectly, didn't it, for Darcis? Really didn't have to move to get to that ball.
This set is his good as gone now. 5 games to 1 for Darcis in the second set. So again, yeah, we wait. Great serve. 140 kilometres, but it's all about the placement. The ball sliding out wide. It's always going away from Melzer. That was nicely done.
Nice from Melzer again, following in a short ball. Pressure back on the opponent. Ball's wide. Now Darcis in trouble on serve, 15-40 down, and Melzer's decided that he's not going to give in this second set.
Again, when under pressure, he's been able to just keep the ball in play. It's just that forced errors from Melzer. Now dropped in. Just a floating ball. Melzer thought that had a little more speed on it. It just held up, and it's set point. He's got it. Comprehensive set of tennis from Steve Darcis. We go to a final set. Darcis the second, 6 games to 1. Well, again, the big names are out in force, and certainly Australian hopes, well, they'll be on. Looking at Sam Stosur in amongst all the other Australian players, there's been a lot of pressure on her in the past to perform at this Grand Slam. She has an awkward first round match against Monica Niculescu. Let's get her thoughts heading into round number 1.
What have you made your leading form, Sam? What are you still working on at the moment, I guess?
Well, I guess kind of everything. I've been pretty pleased with the way, my matches have gone. Obviously, I would have liked to have won a couple more, but I think overall the way I've been playing in those matches has been pretty good, and there's always things to work on and improve, but I think considering it's, the first few matches of the year, I've been pretty happy with it. So I guess going into this first round on Tuesday, then I got to be ready and do it all over again, and I've still got a couple more days to, I guess, fine-tune anything that I want to get a little bit better before that match.
Sam, what's going well for you at the moment? What are you happy with about your game?
I've been really happy with the way I've been moving in my matches and, competing and hitting the ball. And, I mean, there's been lots of things. I guess the last match that I played, a few things could have been a lot better. But, again, like I said, on the whole, I've been pretty pleased with, different things and always trying to work towards making those better. And, obviously, the things that I think I'd need to get better at, trying to do those things every day.
That first round, I think it was in City, first round win that you've had was pretty gutsy. I mean, is it drawing extra special strength from that, or is it just another match?
No, I think there's lots of things I can draw from it, but at the end of the day, it is just one match, and I'd like to have more matches like that. So, but yeah, I mean, to get over the line against Lucy after losing to her, I think the last 7 times, and serve out the match the way I did and play the way I did and fight the way I did, I was really pleased with that. So I guess it's trying to, like I said, do those types of matches more and more often.
So thoughts of Sam Stosur there as we're away in the third set. Oh, trying to be creative.
Change of top for Melzer at the change. Change of fortune as well. How do you see this playing out, Pete?
Well, I think there were some signs towards the end of Jürgen Melzer that can turn this around, but I have to say at this stage, Steve Darcis certainly has the momentum. That's superb. It's exactly where he wants Darcis, just playing those 3/4 court balls. That's how he controls the point.
Yeah, last rally is 17 shots. Darcis, there were a couple of short balls, and I just feel as if he could follow some of those in and shorten these points. And he retreats back to the baseline. That's where he's more comfortable.
Oh. So on the board first in this final set. Some of the other scores on the other courts. And Lucy Radechka off to a great start against the 6th seed Yulia Butentseva of Kazakhstan. The first set 6-1 there. Olga Gvortseva, who we saw on this court yesterday, is taking on Stephanie Foretz. And that's 5-4.
And she's got the break in that first set too.
Ursula Radwanska having a win out on court number 10. And Matthias Backinger, the 24th seed, has taken the first set from Andreas Beck on court 11. 6-1. They are 4-all in the second set. Between Utom and Smychek is at 1-all, but Smychek with a 4-2 advantage and break points to go 5-2 in the final set. Alexa Glach also on court now, court number 13. And Jimmy Wang, 5-2. He's got match points against Vincent Milot of France, the 31st seed.
good serving so far in this first service game for Darcis in the third set. We've gone to a third.
Jimmy Wang has just won on court 14, 6-2 in the third set. So Jimmy's into the draw again. So Darcis holds 1 game all. Remember, an advantage set coming up here. We won't be playing a tiebreaker if it gets to 6 all. Considering Kate and I are on commentary, there's a fair chance we could get there.
At least 10-8.
Great net coverage. That was an excellent lunge volley.
Melzer doing an excellent job to get to that last shot. .33, still with some speed in those legs.
French. He's annoyed by something, Steve Darcis. He's continuing his chat with the umpire.
He's been annoyed all day. I think he likes playing angry, quite frankly. He's trying to get himself fired up.
And we continue on serve in the final sets. Melzer leading 2-1. Well, Serena Williams comes in as the top seed for the 2015 Australian Open. Earlier today, she caught up with the world's media.
Serena, do you feel any different going into Melbourne this year than you did last year, both mentally and physically?
Last year, you guys know I have a terrible memory. After you reach a certain age, you know, your memory banks get full of different things. So,
do you consider yourself confident and fit going into this one?
Yeah, I remember last year I felt really good. I was playing well. I was feeling amazing on the court. So, yeah, I remember that now. So, yeah, and this year I feel a little off, but I feel off in every Grand Slam. So, except for last year, and that didn't work out for me. So maybe this is different.
You talked about opponents maybe doing something different in the off-season. Have you done anything different in your off-season preparing for this year?
Sometimes I try to add, you know, that volley aspect to my game, but it keeps slipping through my fingers every year. So we'll see how it goes this year.
Serena, we've seen with Lindsay Davenport and Martina Navratilova some of these great women champion now coaching. What's your point of view on that, and would you ever consider bringing in a coach like that?
One thing I know is I never say never. I never thought I would play this long, so who knows? Anything is possible. Any and everything is possible. And I'm a big fan of Martina and especially Lindsay, so I think it'll be really good to see them on the tour and bringing their expertise and their knowledge back to tennis.
So the thoughts there is Serena Williams. Alison Van Uytvanck, her first opponent from Belgium.
Fans enjoying this match. Why not? There's been some great tennis played out there today.
Win 2 for Tim Smychek, just completing some of these results that are coming through. The 4th seed is into the main draw. Good win there. Jimmy Wang in the 8th seed, just repeating there. 6 games to 2 over Vincent Milot, 31st seed. Sweden with the match point against Chung of Korea. On court number 15. Well, here's a big opportunity for Jürgen Melzer. Got his game back on track. Again, being aggressive. Just putting that pressure on Darcis. Break point. And he has. Melzer with the break. The first of this final set. It's 3 games to 1.
Pete, we mentioned off air actually that we thought that Melzer's body language was a lot more positive at the start of this 3rd set. It's got the early break. Needs to consolidate with a good service. A little lucky then because his defensive lob wasn't great.
This person was right, just didn't say it properly. Sort of frustrating Darcis because he knows that break of serve is going to be crucial.
Unforced errors, Melzer 40 and Darcis 31. Get the winners up. That will tell a story too, I believe.
Great work. Great work. That's nicely done. That wasn't a bad volley from Melzer.
Melzer didn't do anything wrong in that point. That is just a beautifully struck backhand, flick of the wrist. Oh, it's such good touch. Love the reaction from Darcis.
long second round match against Daniel Munoz de la Nava of Spain. 7-5 in the third set.
Well, that serve didn't have much on it, but it was a kicking serve out wide.
Oh, it's designed to give him time to get into the net.
Yep.
You can see that previous camera shot wasn't even in the picture. But Darcis, chance to break back immediately. Oh, well done. He fights back. There's still plenty to go in this match. We're back on serve. Melzer 3-2 in the final set.
Now that's a terrific response from Darcis.
That was a superb return.
Well, it was the backhand that got him back in the match on that point, and point earlier in that game. Superb.
It was just
flick of the wrist.
Dropping that ball in short because Melzer's getting into the net. Just beautifully placed. So an interesting stage in this final set. 2 breaks of serve. We're back on serve. Dramatic shifts of momentum in the past set and a half.
Yes, Melzer obviously not doing enough with that backhand. Ball sitting up nicely for Darcis to put away.
Oh, and again. Well, they're going to run themselves around.
I hope he's got his sunscreen on, Pete. He's going to be awfully sore. Sorry and sad for himself later on tonight.
again, taking the opportunity to get into the nets.
Petty was passed a couple of times on serve, but clearly he believes that that is the right tactic to win this match. Unforced error count mounting for Melzer, 45.
Well done. He knew it, Darcy. That's a terrific serve. 4 games to 3 for Melzer in this final set. Let's go to Angie Hilton, who's out and about at Garden Square.
Well, here I am with Sam in Garden Square, and this is a quick quiz, Sam, to win a tennis ball or 3. Sam, who won the men's Aussie Open last year?
Stan Wawrinka.
Very good. Who won the women's?
Leonard.
Very good. And which is the only Grand Slam to be completely weatherproof?
The Aussie Open.
And where would you go to get all your best merchandise, T-shirts, souvenirs?
Merchandise shop over there.
How do you know all this? Now you've got to juggle for me. If you want to win these balls, juggle.
Okay.
Brilliant! You're a winner! Congratulations!
Yay!
He's a champion.
Thanks, Angie. I'm not sure about the juggling though, Kate.
It's better than yours.
You haven't seen me juggling.
I have. It's not good.
It's better than that though.
Keep telling yourself, Pete. You're a good juggler.
Matthias Backinger, another player through to the main draw. A straight sets win. Andreas Beck, the 5th seed, 6-1, 7-6 on court 11. We'll be able to take another look at this, but that looks to me...
Hamstring?
Yeah, definitely hamstring, but was it cramp? It didn't appear to be a movement. Wrong with the movement, but he has gone down.
Well, he had to stretch to get that second serve, and it was almost that motion. You can see he really pulled tight through the lower back. He's stretching that out now. So that might be cramp.
It's hard to tell.
Well, it's his quad that he's actually trying to loosen.
important for Darcy, just again to keep working through his service games. And he does hold. We're at 4-all, final set. What a way to finish our coverage of the qualifying here at the Australian Open.
Now this is going to be interesting because if that quad is causing Melzer any trouble, he's going to have to push in on that off the serve.
Well, we'll know after this game, the changeover, whether he receives any treatment or not. Because if it's a cramping problem, then he can't receive treatment, can he?
No, there will be no medical timeout for that.
Oh, well done. Again, having to go defensive, Darcy. And Melzer's movement is hampered at the moment. Just over 2 hours on court. So you can see there that
can't push off it.
Lack of movement, he's just needing to grind away from the baseline. So you'll see a lot of variation coming up from Darcy. Drop shots, slice. He'll be testing it out.
It's all too easy now for Darcy.
So that's why it'll be interesting to see whether the trainer actually does get out on court to make that assessment first up. Three break points. That's well done.
And the difficulty for Darcy here, if he is able to break, goes up 5-4, and then we could have a long break before he comes out to serve for the match. He's got to get there yet, though.
It's the right idea, keeping the point short.
Yeah.
It's just placement of the serve right there. Continues to fight on. Clearly just working through that problem in this game.
Well, if it's a cramp, he can.
Yeah. But he's feeling a lot better. And interesting, too, that he decided when he was down to go serve volley.
Yeah, but, yeah, and that serve, power off that serve is not as good as it was a couple of games ago. That was 167.
Again, he's just being tested. also suffering. The trainer comes out onto court, but still holding serve. It's 5-4 final sets. So this was the injury. What happened? It was middle of a rally. You think there, Kate? Oh, I thought maybe with the way he landed there. One leg.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Pete, because they're doing some work on the quad. I thought it was the hamstring, but it's not the issue. Because it was in mid-air where the injury obviously occurred. It's not where when he landed. Well, he can't be claiming it's cramp.
So at what point, Kate, are you suggesting that happens?
When he pulls back, when he's actually in the air.
Well, the trainer is out there, the doctor is out there. The time is called. So no medical timeout, which gives you an idea that this is cramp that he's being receiving treatment for. Looks like Darcis Egley, one of the tournament referees here. So the tournament referee for the Hopman Cup last week. So he went down. Why are you laughing, Kate?
He's planking.
Wonderful again. Certainly it can't hurt that he's received that treatment in the change of ends.
Yeah, but cramp doesn't disappear that quickly.
Well, the trainer is just behind his chair with Darcis Egley, so they're just holding out to see what happens. Well done. So back to plan A, trying to get into the net as quickly as possible. Now, amazingly, 2 points away from the match. Just missing. Again, just pushing for the lines. Going for it now. Oh, it's just missed. Again, Melzer providing a target. And after all of that, he's got match points. He needs to take it here. He's done it! What an amazing performance. Jürgen Melzer is into the main draw of the Australian Open again. 7-6, 1-6, 6-4.
The crowd appreciating his efforts.
How did he do that? He was down in that second set. He managed to turn things around. He was cramping late in this set. And and really got the job done in the end. Magnificent work from Jürgen Melzer, justifying his second seeding in the event. The top seed in this event, Damir Jumur from Bosnia-Herzegovina, fell in the second round, so he's the highest seed to make it through, and a hard-fought win as well. So we take a look at the stats. 2 hours and 12 minutes on court. Look at the winner count for Darcis. The unforced errors, Melzer just making too many. Differential, 52 unforced errors. A lot of them in that second set. Got to the net plenty of times, and that was the most effective tactic. You see there, Darcis won more points. Melzer ends up taking the match. And he'd be pretty pleased, Jürgen Melzer, after winning through there. He'll be straight into recovery mode. Keep you close on the draw to see who he might play in the opening round of the main draw, either Monday or Tuesday. Let's go downstairs. Kate has the winner, Jürgen Melzer.
And we're here with Jürgen Melzer, who's just had a terrific 3-set win to go through to the Australian Open. Congratulations, terrific win. How's the leg?
Oh, it's both of them cramping. I mean, it was a very tough match today, and I was not really relaxed from the beginning. I didn't play my best tennis, but I'm really happy to be through. And I mean, when I cramped, I thought like this is all over. And unfortunately, I loosened up. I played my best tennis in the last 2 games, so I'm very happy to be through.
Yeah, it was a wonderful effort. You mentioned that you weren't moving too well in the first set. We were picking that up, but how did you manage to get yourself in there? Because you won that 7-6. That was a tough tie break. I
was serving my way out of trouble in the first set. I was picking my spot, serving well, coming to the net. I didn't feel my ground strokes and my forehand was off. So in the end, it's you don't win the Australian Open. Not that I'm going to win it, but you don't win it in qualifying. It's just a matter of surviving.
Well, you never know. You're in good form going into the Australian Open. It's always great to get some matches behind you. Not sure at this stage who you'll be playing, but what will you do to prepare for Monday or Tuesday?
Well, first thing is now taking an ice bath and trying to relax the cramped up muscles and just, try to relax as much as possible, put some energy in the body, and then have a go on Monday or Tuesday.
Thanks, Jürgen, and good luck for next week.
So what a performance from Jürgen Melzer. They are the results from today on show court number 3. Marius Koppel getting the win over brave Omar Jasika, 7-6, 6-2. And then Jürgen Melzer really pulled it out of the fire, suffering from cramp late. He's going to get himself ready for round number 1. 6-4, that final set, and results are flying in from all over the place because on court 6, the match has just completed. Lucy Radechka getting the win against the 6th seed, Yulia Putintseva, 6-1, 6-2. So Lucy is into the main draw as well. Fine singles player, but also very good doubles player. And as we move our way through the courts, we make our way to court number 8. And this is the match between Nu Fangzhou and Petra Martic. And as you can see, 5 games all in the opening set.
15 love. What? Love. 30-15. $40-15. Game, Liu.
So Liu holds at 6-5 in the opening sets.
Liu
Here on
leads
court number 8 as we
6-5.
finish off the qualifying matches here at Australian Open 2015. In fact, Fangzhou Liu has had a win over the 12th seed, Patricia Meyer-Arklekner, in the opening round. For Petra Martic, solid results all the way through, against, particularly against Elizaveta Kulichkova, one of the real rising stars from Russia. Played the juniors here last year, got through in straight sets. So, be interesting to see how this match plays out. But really nice of you to talk to Jürgen Melzer, Kate.
Oh, what a delightful young man. And I can say that because he's 33 and I'm considerably older. It's a terrific effort to have got through. I thought he was in all sorts of trouble. He was 2 break points down, Pete, too.
Interesting too that former top 10 player Jürgen Melzer, he's going to contest the main draw of a Grand Slam for the 50th time by qualifying here. Petra Martic is out of sorts.
Low 15.
Again, good scrambling work from Liu Fangzhou. Really just has been a slide late in this set from Petra Martic.
Oh, that shot was good.
Oh, that's not going to impress her either.
Low 30.
So we replay. Got it again!
Wow.
Great pickup.
Brings up 3 set points.
Low 40.
Got it again! She is on fire. Liu Fangzhou gets the opening set against Petra Martic, 7-5. Just some other scores coming through. Anna Tatishvili, the 24th seed, 6-2. Katarzyna Peter. What a beautiful view that is. There is the summary of the first set.
Yeah, Liu serving quite well at 57%. Martic will be looking to improve on that going into the second. Unforced errors is the story to be told, though, with Martic at 22 and Liu 12.
Keeping that winners and unforced error ratio
You want it right, Pete.
And that's nice from Liu Fangzhou. Let's see there, 15 winners, 22 unforced errors for Petra Martic. As you say, that's been the story of the opening sets. Still good crowds around Melbourne Park, just catching the last bit of qualifying action.
Yeah, still a few matches in play, so
Time.
good tennis to be had. And the sun is still out. It's a nice temperature out there at the moment, Pete. I reckon about 20
Second
degrees.
set, Liu to serve.
Perfect for tennis.
Renata Vorokova of the Czech Republic has taken the first set from Alexa Glach, 6-4. On court 13, they're at 1 game all in the second set. Away we go in the second set here.
Low 15. Wait, please.
Oh, double fault.
Low 30.
Not a great start to the second set for Liu. No, that's a great backhand.
15-30.
Really launching into that. Oh, it's found the line. This is a good comeback by Liu on serve. Martic trying the drop shot from the back of the
Take a
court.
seat,
That's a
please.
tough shot to hit.
Thank you.
Liu Fangzhou has got the momentum, takes the opening game of the second set.
First game, second
Loves the
set.
celebration. Wants to be the only Chinese female player to make it through the qualifying from those who competed. Wang Yafan falling earlier today to Julia Klushko. In straights, in fact, not Julia Klushko, Ons Jabeur of Tunisia in straight sets.
Just mistiming the forehand.
Low 15.
Martic.
Up. 15 all. Light for service.
Well, that'll lift the confidence, Petra Martic.
30-15.
Just nicely set up in the corner, that deep forehand, and then on the move into the middle of the court, coming forward, good attacking play. But just can't get anything happening rhythm-wise.
You can't put points together either, Pete. Brings up a early break point here in the second.
He's having to do a lot of running. Doing well defensively.
Wait, please. Advantage, Martic.
So Martic just pressing, just pushing, trying to do everything she can. A hell of an effort from Lu Fengzhou to win that opening set. Well done.
Good, Martic.
One game all, second sets.
One game all.
Pete, talking about Lu and the amount of work that she's done defensively, particularly in that last game, she's so far behind the baseline, retrieving balls.
Tries to push herself along. You can see that Lu Fengzhou might frustrate opponents from time to time.
Because that's after every point she wins.
And every unforced error. Makes it really easy to call. He knows when he thinks.
You're not suggesting we take a break, are you, Peter?
Not at all. Just warming up.
Let for service.
Again, holding to love. Lu Fengzhou getting the job done. We're 2 games to 1 in the second sets. Well, earlier today it was a win for Jürgen Melzer, and he had a tough time of it against Steve Darcis of Belgium. This was late in the third set, and he went down very quickly.
Yes, we're quite concerned at that stage that might have been the end of the match.
Some were thinking the worst, the absolute worst, but no, he got back up, a little bit of treatment at the sit-down, and amazingly came up and won the match.
Well, didn't take a medical timeout as we thought that would happen, and this is match point.
So it wasn't all that long after the injury, around 10 minutes or so, and he was there winning the match. Incredible performance from Jürgen Melzer.
That was a fantastic effort. And he's in his media interview with me, Pete, he mentioned the ice bath that would be needed. Well, I think he'll be sitting in there for about 20 minutes trying to recover.
Your reward for getting into the main draw at the Australian Open, playing a main draw Grand Slam singles for a 50th time, is to sit in an ice bath. That doesn't sound like fun.
Have you ever sat in an ice bath?
No, I try and avoid it where I can. Both the ice bath and most likely the exercise allow me to get into an ice bath.
Oh, it's hell.
But good though.
Well, good for recovery, but not great whilst you're trying to stand there.
Up. 15 love.
Catching that forehand.
13 love.
As you can see, it's quite breezy out on court. Not difficult conditions by any means, but can get a little tricky.
Well done again by Martic. Just setting out the points so well at the moment.
It's great movement, isn't it, Peter, in terms of getting to the net, getting low to get that ball, controlling it too. It's good hands by Martic.
Collection ball was good. First service.
That was a quick overrule.
Cecilia Alberti from Italy is our umpire.
Game, Martic.
We continue on serve. It's 2 games all in the second set.
2 games all.
Anna Tatsishvili on court number 10, the 24th seed, rolling through her match against Katarzyna Pita of Poland. 6-2 for love. Renata Vorokova, Czech Republic, 6-4 and 3-2 against Alexa Glatch. They're on serve in the second set.
And Gvotva in trouble. Lost the first set and is down a break in the second.
Stephanie Ferret's her opponent.
50 love. Still love.
Didn't miss by much.
13 love.
That's a big serve down the tee.
Oh. 30-15. 30-15.
Well done. Well done. Bit dangerous going down the middle of the court, but got to the net in time. And we continue on serve in this second set. Lu Fangzhou leading 3 games to 2 after taking the first 7 games to 5. Well, one of these qualifiers will have the unfortunate position of having to line up against the number 2 seed in Maria Sharapova, who's in pretty good form at the moment. She got up with the world's media earlier today.
Did you learn anything from Brisbane in that week? Did you learn anything about the state of your game, or is it just confirmation of where you thought you already were?
I mean, every week's a surprise, I guess. For every individual, you can't be, overly negative. You can't be overly positive. You just have to take things as they come. And like I said, I wanted to start off well. I thought I did many things well, but I'm not going into next week, throwing flowers at myself or anything. I'm starting from scratch. I'm hungry. I'm determined to do better. I lost in the 4th round here. That's not a result I want, or I want to do much better, and I'm here to try to win the title.
Maria, do you consider yourself the woman to beat for the title here?
I'm sure I'm one of them, definitely. I mean, I'm number 2 in the world, and I've had a great season last year winning a Grand Slam. I think there are a lot of players that have an opportunity to win this tournament, and I'm certainly one of them.
Maria, you have a shot at the number 1 place this week and after, of course. Is it still a big motivation for you to be back as a number 1 in the world, or is it winning Grand Slams maybe at this time of your career more important?
Yeah, that was a question that was nice not having to answer in December. Yeah, I mean, look, obviously number 1 is a ranking that every single player wants to grab and work so hard for. There are a lot of players that have an opportunity to get there, and I'm one of them. And I am, of course, determined to do that, but by doing that, you need to win more matches than the person that's in the first place. So that's the goal.
Pretty simple, isn't it? When you look at it like that, Maria Sharapova talking about whether she can reach the number 1 spot in the world. She certainly can, the way she's playing at the moment.
Do you have her in your top 10? You had a very interesting top 10, Pete, when you and I had a discussion about how the field would end in 2015.
Yep, ranked definitely inside the top 10, highly inside the top 10 too.
Well, she was in my top 5, but not number 1.
And Tatishvili, by the way, the 24th seed, is through to the main draw. Zenia Pita, her opponent. 6-2-6 love on court 10. Great serving by Martic. Holding up her end of the bargain. It's a good fight back after a couple of crucial unforced errors towards the end of that first set. To be able to just keep pace.
Yeah, she's playing well here in this second set.
Love.
The noise you can hear in the background is happening on court 7, where Stephanie Foretz of France is into another main draw at the Australian Open. 7-6, 6-3 over Olga Gavortseva.
Yeah, well done, Lou. Changing up direction. Draws the error from Martic.
30-15.
Oh, she liked that. I like that. It's a terrific shot. And another one. Backhand down the line this time.
40-15. Please take a seat quickly. Thank you.
Well, if Lou manages to win this match, what sort of a celebration do you think we'll get, Pete?
We'll get, I don't know, but it'll be happy and loud. Well done. Martic going back into the middle of the court. That's a nice finish. We continue on serve.
4 games to 3.
Lu Fengzhou leading 4 games to 3 in the second set. Really has been a good day of action, and as Matt talked about a little bit earlier today, the weather forecast looking very good for the first week of the event. Not too hot and no rain, so disappointing for roof aficionados. Margaret Court Arena's roof probably won't
With
need
everyone
to be
with
shut.
their timers out.
Yep,
Is it
just
4
checking
minutes?
to see
Is
whether
it
it's
5
minutes or not, but it just looks magnificent, the Margaret Court Arena at the moment. So
I
the
heard
crowd's looking forward to getting in there and getting amongst it.
Sorry, Pete, I heard an interview earlier in the week and they were talking about the roof and how quick it is, and now it's the fastest closing roof in the world. Oh, what was the fastest before? What held the record? Which roof?
Don't know. Hashtag AO Qualies if you know.
Time.
So only a handful of matches to complete the day of qualifying. And this is one of them. Petra Martic at 3-4.
15 love.
Once again, that serve out wide's been very good for Martic. Just takes the pace off, gets some nice angle.
Oh. 15 all.
Some other battles going on court number 2. Evgenia Rodina, the 10th seed, is taking on Manya Zanvetska, Ukraine. 7-5 and 5-4 to Rodina, who is now going to be serving for the match.
30-15. Live for service.
Well, slightly missed hit, but it worked. See there with Lou just well back in the court. It wasn't mishit, it had just beautiful underspin on it.
Yeah, I like that play. Lou plays a long way behind the baseline. Well, that was set up with a big forehand by Lou. Gets the short ball, puts it away. Good serving by Martic. She evens things up at 4 all.
4 games all.
In the second set.
Renata Vorokova of the Czech Republic, 6-4 and now 5-4 against Alexa Glach on court 13. And Evgenia Rodina, the 10th seed, the latest name through to the main draw, 7-5, 6-4 over Manya Zanvetska. 2 more live matches right here on court 8 and that match on court 13 to finish off the qualifying draw. Following that, keep an eye on ausopen.com because the draw will be done, or the qualifiers will be placed into the main draw. The schedule's updated. That's an excellent serve. Just the spin. Ball spinning away from Martic.
Pete, will that be done tonight or tomorrow morning? Will it be done tonight?
Because it also means that we'll have the full first day draw out. Order of play.
Unforced errors, Lou 20, Martic 31.
Well done.
Oh, that's good hands by Martic. Really having to get low to get that first volley.
40-30.
The pressure just building up too for Lu Fengzhou. And that was all set up by an excellent return of serve.
Deuce.
All of a sudden, the pressure is built up.
Advantage,
Lu now
Martic.
facing a break point. And has got the break. Petra Martic will serve for the second set at 5-4.
Martic leads 5-4.
Well, Pete, that was terrific work by Martic. She recognised that her opponent has been spending a lot of time deep behind that baseline, and she's thrown in some of those short balls, and it's really paid off. She's got the break here in the second. She'll come out to serve to take this second set. I think we're going to a third match. Well, of course we are. Third set, sorry. We might go to another match.
We're not going to a third match.
Is there another match? We'll call it.
There's not many left.
Oh. It's been a great week. I don't want it to end.
Oh, you've still got 2 more weeks to go.
Time.
So Petra Martic to serve for the second set. That's to the body language from Lu Fengzhou. Completely different now.
vocally she's changed.
First field off.
Races to 3 set points. This has been a terrific fight back from Petra Martic. And almost. Wu Fangzhou make her earn it. Just can't quite get there.
40-30. Second set.
And gets there.
Martic.
The deciding sets coming up. Petra Martic, 6 games to 4. That's second sets. Well, in the meantime, plenty of great first round matches coming up at Australian Open 2015. Rafael Nadal, the 3rd seed. Well, he's got a tough ask against Mikhail Yuzhny. He's coming back from illness and injury. How's he feeling heading into the first Grand Slam of the year? Let's find out.
To be at the best level that you can be, is it a question now of fitness or just match tightness?
It's a question of everything at the end. To be ready, to feel yourself confident, to feel yourself that you are 100% competitive. It's obvious that you need to play more matches than 4 or 5 in 7 months. So that's a thing that everybody knows. And at the same time, you feel in better shape physically when you are playing matches, when you have confidence about your movements. That's even if you practice a lot, then the competition is different. The stress of the competition is different than the practices. No? So it's a question of time and work, and I'm working. Need time.
Do you feel it's getting better and better on practice?
I am doing a lot of practice. I am doing the things that we believe that we have to do to recover our level. It's true that having a Grand Slam that early in the season after an injury like I had is not the ideal thing, but here we are. I worked a lot since 10th of December. I worked a lot last couple of weeks in Abu Dhabi and Doha, then here this week, so I am with calm. I'm happy the way that I did the things. Then I need to play better than what I am doing. That's I think that is sure, but I know that to play better I need to win matches. I need to spend hours on court competing, and the only way to make that happen is be on the tour. So I am on the tour, and that's the only way that I can come back to my best level.
So away in this 3rd set. Yeah, we'll be very interested to see how Rafael Nadal plays against Mikhail Yuzhny. Experienced opponent, 1st round.
Tough encounter.
Schedule due out hopefully this evening.
On. 30-15.
Nata Vorakova, the second last player through to the main draw, singles, 6-4-7-5 over Alexa Glutch of the USA. So this is the final match of qualifying.
There's the damage done there with the backhand by Lou. And that's a great serve out wide. She holds. 1-love in this third set.
First game, final set.
So the crowd's really built up now because this is the only tennis being played.
Not happy about missing that shot. She's been great at the net in this match.
Low 30.
Again, just the player who wins the previous set, just struggling a little bit at the start of the next set. The scream's back again. 3 break points.
Low 40.
That'll do. Break of serve, 2 games to love, final sets. This is the final match for our qualifying coverage for 2015. The Australian Open, 2 days away.
Can you please sit? Thank you.
As you said, Pete, there's a lot of people who've quickly realised that this is the last match to be played. And they're still streaming in, but they need to understand
50
that
love.
for the players can be very distracting to have that movement, particularly when they're about to serve. It was a terrific reach in the first instance by Martic. Get that forehand.
15 all.
Got that ball out wide and it's good enough to get the backhand down the line. And that's great touch by Martic. Once again recognising exactly where her opponent is on court, way behind the baseline.
Hasn't overused that drop shot either today. Just picked the right times. Could be tempting, really tempting to use it all the time. Where Lou is standing.
30 all.
Martic just not happy about people walking in while the points are going on.
That's a good serve by Lou.
40-30. Deuce.
This really needs to do a little bit more with that second serve,
Advantage
Martic.
Lou.
Great play on the ball. But Lou just leaning to that side. Just puts a little bit of extra pressure on. Oh, terrific
once
touch.
Again, really, where she's hitting that ball, it's just amazing to be able to have that feel.
Cut.
There's still plenty left in this match.
Advantage Martic.
Martic now with a break point. And there it is, break back for Petra Martic. Lou leading 2-1 final sets.
You lead 2-1.
Well, the tickets are selling fast. Make sure you get in, get amongst it, tickettech.com.au. Plenty of great seats still available. Ground passes. Remembering too, Margaret Court Arena fully ticketed this year. High sense for ground pass holders.
Now that's a good deal.
Very good deal. You see quality matches out there. As we are here.
Yes, quality match. And there are not too many seats left here, so people still
Time.
trying to find their way through the crowd there, get a seat. This one could be going the distance. Pete, we're not sure what that will be. 2018?
Don't tempt it.
Lot 15.
Oh, just did not get the timing right on that at all. Really trying to kick the ball out. He can follow up with a beautiful serve out wide.
Well, that's what Martic was trying to do in the previous serve. got strings to it on this occasion.
Again, goes back to what you were talking about, Kate, about standing
30
too far
all.
back. Needs to take a step in and really crush that ball. Instead, on the back foot, he's playing behind it.
Yeah, it's hard to put pressure on an opponent when you're standing that far back in the court. And you overhit.
40-30. Martic,
So under pressure on serve, Martic comes through. It's 2 games all, final set.
2 games all.
Well, Lou lucky that second serve. Barely made it in.
Love. 40 love.
Yes, good serving by Lou. Really motoring through this service.
And she gets there. We continue on serve in the final set. Lou, 3 games to 2.
Juliet, 3 games to 2.
Well, Pete, you were talking before about the fact that Martic is to win this match. She really needs to step in on that second serve and put some pressure back on Lou. Saw back in that last game where she had a number of second serves to look at and was still staying behind the baseline by about a metre or so, and she needs to step in. There's not much on the second. It's dropping short. If we have a look at the aces by set, went very quickly.
There's not much
Not
to
too,
really
not
talk
too
about
many
there.
aces. That's right. I'll need another coffee if I'm going to get those numbers out that quickly.
See, it's been close throughout.
Time.
Trapped it beautifully. Well, I talked about her stepping in, but the reason why she's back in the court, so it gives her time Nicely done to firstly pick up this forehand, then full stretch, way back in the court.
Low 30.
Now it's going to be tough to get the drop shot from there.
A small window of opportunity. Love 30.
Fifteen 30.
The umpire just getting out of her chair. I'm not sure what's being done.
I can't see it from our vantage point. So that's been cleaned up. And now we get back into it.
Good fight back by Martic. It's down love 30, got it back to 30 all. Got away with it then, Pete, but you mentioned earlier that you hadn't been using that shot too much sparingly.
40 30.
I think Lou's starting to read it.
I might be starting to read it, but I just wonder how much energy she's got left. She's done a lot of running.
Yes.
Seems to be an instinctive reaction, that one, because that coming off an unforced error from Martic. Furious with herself.
Advantage.
What she does need
Martic.
to try is maybe maybe just looping a few more balls deep into the court to give herself time to get back into position. Just try and change it up a little bit.
Martic completely mistiming that forehand. She's having a laugh, which is good. Sense of humour.
Changes the momentum of the rally.
Threw in a loop ball, Pete. Has been listening to you. Brings up break point.
It's nice work. It's an obvious play.
Deuce.
First movement there from Lou was backwards. Just a little jump back, and then getting into the shot.
Martic again, another forehand error.
Advantage, Lou.
Not sure why she's having difficulty with that shot. Plenty of time to play it. Maybe sitting back a little off that ball.
Yes.
That's a good serve. Nice response. Saves the break point. Martic with 10 aces. Lou 9.
Well done. Got her again. It's okay for that to be readable, but when she hits it so well like that.
Yes, well, she can get to the ball, but unable to do anything from that point on.
Life for service.
Well, just rushing there a little bit at the end, Lou. Martic hangs on. 9.5 minute game, 3-all final sets.
3 games all.
Boy, that was a pivotal hole by Martic. Lou got the break there. Could have been very difficult to have come back.
It's hit like that.
Low
Lou
15.
has no chance of getting to those. They're just making it over the net.
Light for service.
Well, she's getting plenty of practice in, Pete. Lou's got to do something about that. Oh, it's a good kicking serve. It's Time it's not kicking wide out to the forehand side, down the line.
Wait, please.
Well, if it's remotely short, it's just got to be put away.
30,
Both players.
15.
See Martic here now back in the court. And for Lu Fengzhou, just needs to be in that position in seat, just behind the baseline, rather than 3 or 4 metres. Can really start to attack the ball. She's got to go out and win this thing. Martic has made 47 unforced errors for the match, but won't be gifting the match to Lu Fengzhou. Short into the service box,
40,
deserves to be
30.
punished. Lu hangs on. It's 4-3 final sets.
You leads 4 games to 3.
Of course, Lu has the advantage here, serving first in this third and deciding set.
Pleased that the crowds stuck around. It's been a beautiful day in Melbourne. You can find out all about the weather and also who's going to be playing days 1 and 2 at ausopen.com. Find out about the history of the event, everything if you are heading down to Melbourne Park over the next couple of weeks. All
Player
the information you need,
profiles.
player profiles, everything you will need, all the stats. Golly, you could spend a day on that website.
Spend longer than that, Pete.
You could spend 2 days on that website.
Well, you and I will be spending 2 weeks on it.
Yes, AO Radio, you can actually listen live via ausopen.com and also on the various apps. It starts Monday. Also, check out the latest videos as well. Plenty of video content at australianopen.com. Great finish from Martic. Tips for the Australian Open, Kate?
Women's, Petkovic. I've also got her as the #1 player by the end of 2015.
Yep.
And based on what I saw last night, very comfortable with that prediction. For the men's, I don't think Djokovic is #1, yes, but I feel that there might be a changing of the guard. I'm not sure who that will be at this stage. Who do you think, Pete?
Well, after crunching the numbers,
Can
working
stand,
out form,
back it up again.
form and all that sort of stuff, I've gone with Serena Williams and Novak Djokovic.
Really?
But there are a number of contenders.
Oh, of course there are. About 128 of them on both sides.
30-15.
Oh, again, got away with it. That one not as precise as the couple that she's hit already in this set.
40-15.
Now, David Gaffan, for me,
What?
he'll win it.
What?
Yep.
Let.
The Australian Open?
Yeah. It's my dark horse.
Oh, okay. So not your tip for the...
Well, no, that's my tip as well. I like a dark horse. I mean, you could stick with the way that you do things and, you know, Captain Obvious.
Out.
Martic holds serve. 4 games all.
Game Martic.
Or what?
4 games all.
Or what?
Okay. We'll see who's right. 2 weeks' time. And you can give us your suggestions too. Hashtag AO Qualies. Just wore her down in the end, Petra Martic. Really important that she just hung in that rally.
Low 15.
Just kept making Lou play another ball, forcing her to come up with the big shot.
And will she step in on this second serve? Step back.
15 all.
Yep, didn't move at all. Really tacked the ball.
Yeah, good serve into the body of Martic.
30-15.
Well. Great point opportunity
40.
presenting itself. 3 for the match so far and won all 3 of them.
Oh, what a response. Great serving by Lou. And once again, getting that ball out wide.
Advantage, Leo. Deuce.
speeding things up too, Lu Fengzhou. Really wanting to get back into it. Really didn't need to overplay there.
Advantage, Liu.
I had to get the ball back deep, but really overplayed the shot. Drive volley. Lou read it, but couldn't do enough with the return.
Well, it's brilliant again from Martic.
Yeah, set up with that big forehand out wide.
Advantage, Martic.
And now has a real opportunity again. Another break point.
Life for 6.
She's got the breaker serve, and Petra Martic will be serving for the match at 5 games to 4 in the final sets.
Martic leads 5 games to 4.
Well, I think the resistance is breaking down from Lu Fengzhou. Just so solid. 50 unforced errors for the match for Martic, but just 17 in this set. Really started to tighten things up. Just playing good defense. Not allowing Lu to hit too many winners, as you can see there.
Yeah, Martic really setting up some of those points though on a forehand, getting great angle, getting her opponent way out of court.
An hour and 55 minutes on court.
Time.
There are the unforced errors along the way. So Petra Martic looking to become the last player into the main draw. The women's singles event, serving at 5-4.
Oh, Martic.
Low 15.
That shot has been good for her all day.
Left, second
It's a
serve.
nervous second serve.
Well, as I said before, you actually have to go out and win these matches. Not going to be handed to you.
That's a bit of serve.
15-30.
Oh, that's just too good from the back of the court. Really driving through that forehand.
Well, that's going out and winning it.
30 all.
Short ball, half-court ball, deserved to be put away, and she did.
Take a seat, please. Thank you.
Martic just got back to 30 all. Ooh. Yeah, good second serve.
And it's match points, 1 hour and 58 minutes on court. Petra Martic,
40-30.
huge opportunity here. Nope.
She's missed 2 of those in this game.
Oh, missed it again. Match point number 2.
It was good by Martic. Wasn't going for too much, just keeping that ball in play.
Advantage. Martic.
Draws the unforced error from loose racket.
Wow, what a time to bring up the longest rally. Wow.
Deuce.
Trying to finish it off quickly. It wasn't a great drop shot. See how far the ball bounced, where it landed in the court. But he'll have another opportunity. Needs to make the most of these.
Advantage. Martic.
Match point number 3.
3rd time's a charm.
We'll see. Oh, she's missed it. That was just nerves, I think, getting to her. Oh, had the line open.
Deuce.
It was nicely done. Should really have gone cross court, but just overplayed it. Saw that Lou wasn't really moving. Let's go around again. 4th match point.
Martic. Deuce.
Remember, this is an advantage set. We won't be playing tiebreaker at 6-all should we get that far.
That was great by Lou then stepping in. Oh, the return was wide. Lou is not happy with the call. She thought it caught some of the line.
This time she gets there. 5th match point. Petra Martic, the last player through to the main draw singles at the Australian Open. What a performance. 2 hours and 3 minutes. 5-7, 6-4, 6-4. Well, she can be well satisfied with that performance today. She was under all sorts of pressure, Kate, but managed to get through.
Yeah, stepped up when she needed to, did Martic. And in the end, gets through in what was an incredible and enthralling battle out on court 8.
Oh, what a performance. Lu Fengzhou played an excellent match. Really had some opportunities throughout that final set to take it, but was just worn down in the end. And you can see the emotion on her face. She's through to the main draw. It means a lot to these players. Rankings points, prize money.
A great start to 2015.
It certainly is. And that's been the prize that's been on offer on both the men's and women's side. We've seen some great competition and some good crowds making their way into Melbourne Park to watch it. And the countdown is very much on to the main draw singles matches. Lu Fengzhou makes her way off the court to signing a few autographs. We've had a great time here over the past couple of days. Thanks for your company during the qualifying. Keep on YouTube and Australian Open, ausopen.com for all the latest news and all the latest video and action. We look forward to your company in a couple of days as the Australian Open starts for 2015.